do a roll call. Councillor Foster. Councillor Foster.
Present, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Leeuwen.
I'm present.
Councillor McElwain.
Present.
Councillor Kittredge.
Present.
Councillor Dunsmore.
Present.
Councillor McCrae.
Here.
Okay, we're all here and our mics are all working, so that's a good first start. Move on to disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our presentations, and we invited Helen Fishburn to join us today. Helen is the Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Mental Health Association for Waterloo, Wellington, and she's been with CMHA for almost 20 years now. And I know COVID-19 has been really tough for a lot of people, and there are people that struggle with mental health issues right now. And there's also been a lot of talk on media and other sources about government interventions and the impact of government interventions on mental health in our community. And there's a lot of misinformation out there right now. And so I just wanted to make sure that our councillors had direct access to the recognized local expert when it comes to mental health. So I know that the last time Dr. Mercer was here, we didn't have the opportunity to go all the way around the room and have councillors ask questions, and I apologize for that. It's not going to happen today. So what we're going to do is go around the room, have a quick comment or a quick question, one of those, and then we'll make sure everybody has an opportunity to have their question asked or their comment asked. And then if we have additional time, we'll go around again. Because we do want to make sure that we give Helen as much time as possible to speak to us about this important topic right now. So without anything further, I'd like to thank Helen for taking the time to be with us today, and I will turn it over to you. Welcome, Helen.
Hi, Mayor Kelly.
Hi, Helen. How are you? We can hear you and see you, so all's good. So I just introduced you, Helen, and if you wanted to just speak a little bit about mental health in our area, the impact that COVID has had on it, and any impacts that the government restrictions have had on mental health, and then we're just going to open it up for questions if that works with you.
Absolutely, thank you. I always appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to our community leaders about mental health and where we're at. Obviously, it's been an incredible journey over the past 12 months, to say the least, for all of us, both personally and professionally. So just a couple of things I thought I would highlight. First of all, the obvious. The pandemic certainly has caused a lot of additional worry, strain, depression, anxiety, stress, than we've ever seen in our history. This has been a chapter that none of us expected and have had to endure over the past 12 months. I can tell you from a service perspective, CMHA has seen about a 30 to 35% increase in our call volumes through here 24/7. So just translating what that looks like on a daily basis, on average, we used to get about 150 to 160 calls per day. And now we're in the range of somewhere between 225 and 250 calls a day. So you can now across that's a Waterloo region as well as Guelph Wellington, but as I'm sure you can imagine, that is a lot of additional folks to be able to support. We've really also seen a real change in the baseline of people needing to reach out to us. Kind of historically, we've always kind of supported that 1 in 5 Canadian, where there has been more of a diagnosed mental health issue, whether it be anxiety, depression, psychosis, whatever the concern might be. Now through the pandemic, we're seeing a very different presentation of people needing to reach out to us. And these aren't folks that have been traditionally diagnosed with a mental health or addiction condition, but just because of the nature of the pandemic and how long it has gone on for as well, they are just really good people out there doing their very best to manage, working at home virtually, managing their kids being schooled at home, concerned about their aging parents, all of the factors that all of us have lived through over the last year. So not surprisingly, we've seen a very different group of folks who've needed our help in an ongoing way, and of course, through the crisis. So that's just kind of pandemic 101 from a mental health lens for you. Again, I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone. What we've done in response to that is we've really shifted the way we provide and offer care to our community. We have had to turn on a dime to make virtual care available. And for those of you that may work in the tech industry, that would have seemed very obvious to you all. I can tell you in healthcare, offering virtual care wasn't something we did easily. There were lots of reticent concerns about it from people relating to privacy. It's a little bit weird, let's be honest, just to have your most personal private conversations through virtual means. Everybody would have preferred face-to-face, but given what we were faced with last March, we didn't have a choice. We had literally thousands and thousands of people that we needed to continue to support. And 450 staff, by the way, who work at CMHA, that we had to shift those folks to working virtually, literally overnight. We did all that, and I can honestly tell you, our virtual care offerings have been really well embraced by our community. People are just so grateful that that support continues to be available. And we've really increased our service offerings given the change of baseline, which I just described. We've had to offer a lot more webinars, a lot more kind of skill building and information sessions. And all of those sessions have been extremely well embraced, utilized, and appreciated by our community, not to mention just the ongoing care of the regular folks that we're seeing, kind of those 1 in 5 Canadians as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Certainly our position has been, we want to make sure that our residents across Waterloo and Guelph Wellington are following public health guidelines. We don't see it as an either or, either you follow public health guidelines or your mental health suffers. We recognize that we have to do both because, as you all know, physical health and mental health are intertwined. You can't have one without the other. So we're really, really wanting to make sure that people stay safe and stay well. If they are not doing that, then obviously they're going to put themselves at risk physically, which of course is then bad for their mental health. There's also the concerns that people have that if they weren't following public health guidelines and they were, sadly to contract COVID-19, they could then share that infectious disease with a member of their family or someone else they love, which again wouldn't be good for their mental health as well. So for us, it's really important that we continue to model and support the public health restrictions, acknowledging that they are absolutely challenging for us in terms of how we relate to each other as people, but coming up with some creative and innovative solutions, which have really been well embraced by our community to better and meet those needs in really interesting and creative times. So we feel it's not an either or conversation, but an and. So yes, follow public health guidelines, and let's really increase our offerings and availability of much needed and appreciated support to our community. I can list about 10 other ways as well, if any of you are interested in what else we're doing. Obviously, you've heard about our Here for Hope campaign, which has been very impactful in the community. We have all of our impact staff embedded with Wellington OPP. They're back in the detachments and serving our community through the crisis system. We have Here 24/7 staff available, and our staff remain available virtually, but we also have staff all the way through the pandemic that continue to see people face to face. We have some really complex folks that need injections. that need psychiatric appointments, that need nursing. So some of those folks can't be served by virtual care. So we offer both at CMHA, and we have offered that since March of last year. Our offices have never closed. We have always been available for people that need it. But of course, we've really had to shift some of our offerings to make sure that that virtual care support is there. So I'll stop talking. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks very much, Helen. And I will give the opportunity for councillors to make comments or ask any questions. And I'll start with Councillor McRae.
Thank you, Mayor Linton, through you. Thank you, Ms. Fishburn, for your update on what your group's activities have been. I guess the question I have is, what can members of the community do to support you and your team? I mean, it sort of feels challenging for us. We feel like we're just on the boat as going for the ride, and we're wanting to know what can we do to help as well, because that tends to be the genuine human condition, is wanting to help. So what would you recommend?
Well, frankly, you've done a lot already. We have an amazing partnership with the County of Wellington relating to Here for Hope. We partner with Wellington OPP. Those are absolutely amazing partnerships, and we wouldn't be able to have those programs without the support of Wellington County. So that's amazing. I would also say what has been really heartwarming for us through the pandemic is to see really good people like yourselves in wearing both a professional and personal hat to continue to support the messages of how vital it is for each and every one of us to take care of our mental health. We have, despite the increases and the challenges that we've seen, we have also seen a real shift in terms of reducing stigma relating to mental health through the pandemic. It's becoming more and more acceptable and actually expected that people are attending to their mental health needs as much as they're protecting themselves from COVID-19 and other nasty diseases. That has been really, really heartwarming for us. And I think we've really seen that shift as more and more people have reached out to us. So the more that you're able to share those messages, to share them publicly, to share them through your policies and approaches, it just really helps us, again, shift and change that culture. It's been one of the silver linings of this pandemic. We've always been looking for a way to take mental health out of the shadows and put it on the front burner. And of course, there's been many examples of that, including one of your councillors walking from Elora to Ottawa. It was a pretty special reminder. Not all of us could make that walk, but again, a great example of just really good people doing extraordinary things.
Great, thanks, Helen. Councillor Dunsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Helen, it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I want to say thank you publicly for all the things that you and your staff and your organization are doing. I think we're on good footing here and we're making progress, but it's a long, long journey. You said your calls are up, and that's great. And I loved your comments to Ian's question that we're starting to deal with the stigma of mental health a little bit better, and that people are actually talking about it. And that's one of the silver linings that I found here in our community in the past year, that people are talking about it. And the good news is there's somebody to talk to about it. And that's the important thing with you're here 24/7. So thank you for creating that. I was interested in what you said about the having staff embedded with the OPP again. And I'm wondering, are their call rates up, or are their call rates kind of stable? So that's really the only question. And I won't be back. So I just want to thank you again for everything that you've done.
Well, right back at you, Councillor Dunsmore. Thank you for everything that you're doing, which is really quite exceptional. Our impact staff are back in the detachments. When the pandemic first hit in March of last year, we had to take all of our staff out of detachments. We have staff across all 3 police detachments in our region, just for safety and until we, kind of further understood what was required to keep everyone safe. Once we figured that out and we were able to mask and keep everybody physically distant and make sure we had the appropriate space, our impact staff went back in detachments where they have been since about September of last year. Sadly, our call rates are up relating to our impact requests for service. Not a surprise, again, I'm sure, because some of the conditions of the pandemic have really created those crises for folks. And we've seen an increase in the use of alcohol and drugs through the pandemic as well, which is, it's almost, the conditions have almost created a bit of a perfect storm for people at home. And we've had to go out with police and respond to those situations. So again, we're very, very grateful for that partnership. We have the ability to respond both through Impact as well as here 24/7. We have redeployed our own staff internal at CMHA to our here 24/7 service, because we've had to address higher call rates and make sure that folks who are in the community get an immediate response. As you can imagine, with those crisis calls, we can't wait to respond to those people. We have a very brief window, and we do respond. There is no wait at all for crisis work. And we've redeployed our staff internally at CMHA to make sure that our front lines are appropriately staffed given the increase in volumes that we've seen. So we're pleased that people continue to call. We send a very clear message, regardless of how high the volumes are. Do not wait, do not hesitate. When you think about this as like a pain in your tooth, if you have a pain in your tooth, you would call your dentist within a couple of days. You don't wait for it to be a full-blown abscess. And we want people to do the same thing relating to their mental health as well. We want people to get on top of it quickly. There are strategies and approaches and therapies that can be used to have an immediate impact on people's wellness. So please don't wait to call us. We've really tried to get that message out loud and clear.
Thanks, Helen. Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Helen, for all the work that you're doing with the mental health session, all your staff. I'm sure having a 35% increase in load is quite taxing. I have two questions. The first question is, you said that there were a 30 to 35% increase in the calls, and that the demographic is a bit changed from your standard, all because of the pandemic. And I'm wondering if there are statistically that you know of more crime, more self-harm, more family violence, and more deaths. What are the actual statistical, if you have that information? So that's my first question. My second question is, I'm wondering if you, as the CAO of the mental health, have, with the province, been on any recent risk and cost benefit analysis of the impacts of the pandemic and lockdown for all demographics. And I'm just wondering if that's, if there has been anything like that as we're going on, or have we just been in the middle of the this sort of hurricane of what's happening?
Well, thank you, Councillor Kittredge. Those are great questions. The first one, I couldn't speak to the crime rates in Wellington County. I was actually at a police services board at the Guelph Police last week, where I know they have not seen an increase in crime rates in Guelph. Actually, the rates have dropped. And partly because people haven't been out as much, right? They're not allowed to go out as much, and there's been restrictions, and that's actually been a positive increase. I don't have that information off the top of my head relating to Wellington, but I would imagine it would be a similar pattern. Self-harm, we have definitely seen an increase in our callers. in Guelph, Wellington that are calling in because they're either at risk of self-harm or there's been an incident relating to self-harm. We have not, I want to be clear, we have not seen an increase relating to deaths by suicide, but we are definitely seeing people who are more at risk. And again, we're very, very pleased that those calls are coming through and that we're able to send our staff out or have that person come in, depending on the situation and the safety issues, before we're having to call the coroner. And that is something that we feel very, very grateful about. We've absolutely seen an increase in calls relating to family violence. We work very closely with the police and also our women in crisis partners and family counseling and support services, as they also have a violence program as well, and therapists specifically trained. Again, I think the creation of some of the conditions around the pandemic have really created that perfect storm as it relates to family violence, because you have folks who are isolated in their homes, you have people who've lost jobs, you have an increase in substance abuse, and there are always control issues relating to family violence issues. So those just percolate and fester, and nobody has the ability to put eyes on in some of those homes right now, or when there's a stay-at-home order. So we have definitely seen an increase and have been working with our partners to follow up and provide some support in those situations as well. As it relates to the cost, risk and cost benefit analysis, I'm not aware of any kind of comprehensive research on that. Councillor Kitris, although CAMH, so the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto, is doing quite a bit of research on mental health and addictions and the kind of the short-term and long-term impacts. CMHA Ontario has done a lot of polling, and we have a lot of data and we have a lot of statistics. We've certainly done some of our own polling, and we keep really, really comprehensive statistics here locally. But I'm not aware of any kind of full comprehensive cost benefit analysis at this point.
Thanks, Helen. Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor. Most of what I wanted to ask is you answered in Stephen's question. So just if, as a layperson, if you feel that someone is, I guess, approaching having a mental health situation, should, I guess, first of all, what are the early signs that one should look for? But number two is, should I, as a layman, make a call to CMHA, or should you try to convince the person involved to make that call? What is the best alternative there?
Great question, and thank you so much for that. Early signs are sometimes hard to pinpoint, to be honest, because we're all so unique, right? Each of us might demonstrate an early sign that looks very different than someone else. What I always like to tell people is, if you know that person well, we often have a gut feeling that something is off with that person. They might be dropping hints that they're not doing well. We might see signs that they're not doing well. For example, they're sleeping too much, they're sleeping too little. Their behavior might have changed. They might either be overly aggressive or they might be withdrawn, depending on kind of their baseline behavior. They might be uncontrollably crying and not being able to stop. But those are kind of obvious signs. Sometimes the signs aren't that obvious, and we just have a gut feeling that that person that we love and care about is something's off, and we're really, really worried about them. What we always encourage is really just to have a really honest and caring conversation with the person. I always tell people, you never need to be a trained psychologist or a trained mental health clinician. You can just be a good, caring, compassionate, either citizen or family member, to go to say to that person, are you okay? I'm worried about you. You don't seem yourself. Here's what I see. How can I help? And for a lot of people, they will respond really well to that request, and they will say, yeah, I'm not doing well, I'm not feeling great, I'm not feeling myself, here's what I'm struggling with. In which case you can then support the person to get help. They can certainly reach out to us at Here 24/7. Obviously, we're available literally 24/7. And those phone lines are always manned, and we have the ability to go out and respond to people in person. If the person isn't quite as open and yet they're at risk, or you see that they're, really not doing well and yet they don't want the help, certainly give us a call. We talk to everyone that calls Here 24/7, whether it's a next door neighbor, a work colleague, a family member. It doesn't matter to us who calls. What we'll try and do is figure out how to best reach that person based on what you're sharing with us. We can kind of strategize with you to say, why don't we reach out to that person? We'll call them. Or why don't we do that together? Or why don't, so depending on the circumstance, depending on the person, there is always a way that we can reach out and figure this out. But if in doubt, if you're not sure, always call us.
Thanks, Helen. Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Thanks, through you, Mayor. First, I want to say thanks, Ms. Fishburn, for your work that you do. It is definitely important, and I think that it's dear and near to my heart as well. I think it's also what really spurred me on to kind of speak up and want to have this topic also out there. And I want to thank the mayor as well for bringing you here. I think it's so important for us to have these discussions. So one thing I find incredibly difficult, and you mentioned it, is trying to help people and speak to people via live stream and phone. It is very difficult, and I would applaud you for your efforts as how you're trying to deal with it even now, because I've had endless phone calls over the last couple of weeks, and I can only reference and refer them to use your association to try to help them, because there are so many. And speaking on the phone, it's very, very difficult to get the gauge and see how they're doing. So keep up the work as best as possible that you're doing. So thank you for this. And I want to say it is something that our communities are struggling with. So we need to be aware of it. And I'm thankful for this topic. And I've also encouraged many people, especially our councillors, to also invest in some of the areas where that donations and put some funds towards it. And because mental health and struggles in the community are going to be something that's going to be with us for a long time.
Yeah.
So the questions have been already asked from Councillor Kittredge. So I just really want to thank you for the work you do, and also thank the mayor for bringing you to have this discussion. It's what we need to have. Thanks.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments. I'm terrible for asking people for donations. So if you ever did want to donate, we're very open to that, of course. I think, I did want to just be really honest and clear with you guys that we have absolutely seen an increase in risk and an increase in needs in our community. There is no question about that. But I also did really also want to reassure you that we have stepped into that need, and that we're doing absolutely everything we can to find those folks most at risk, to support them, and to offer what we can to folks outside of that risk bracket as well. It's a hard sweet spot to find sometimes, because there is so much need, but we feel it is really critical to respect and honor the physical health guidelines, because if people aren't doing that, that just creates another whole problem. So we feel that there is absolutely a way to come together to do both, but it's not easy. And I don't want to minimize the impact that the conditions create for people. I'm sure all of you have experienced pretty significant disruptions in your life as well. And as leaders in our community, it's been challenging. And I have these conversations with my own team back at my shop, because, we're going through this as people, of course, and we're also leading our way through this as leaders. and experiencing both at the same time. So we also need to look at the impact it has on us and our stress level and our worries, and manage that as well. So it's an interesting spot for all of us. We're all doing our very best. We've never been here before. But I can tell you that I'm really pleased, not just with our services in terms of the response we've had from our community, but also our amazing partners, whether it's family counseling and support services, all of the family health teams in rural Wellington, our local hospital in the county. Everybody has turned on a dime to respond to this situation and do everything they can to try and reach out to people, physically keeping them safe, but also responding and reassuring them around their mental health needs as well. We just have to keep going.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Helen, for your very interesting presentation and the work that you do, Helen. I've got a number of loved ones in my family, Helen, who are registered nurses, and they often speak about triage. And my question to you, Helen, is here we are in a pandemic, and it's a difficult triage to determine which is more important, our mental health or our physical health. Obviously, they're both important, but I guess my question to you, Helen, is does mental health give us kind of a license to breach our physical health by not following COVID regulations, things like masks, things like not getting together with friends? I'd appreciate I'd like to understand your thoughts on how we reconcile our mental health and our physical health in the middle of a pandemic, and honor and respect the provincial health orders while we do that. Any comments, Helen?
Absolutely, and I appreciate the clarity of that question, Councillor Foster. It's really important, and that's the sweet spot that I refer to that we're trying to land in, and it's not easy. But we believe that there is a spot to land in, and it is there for people. It is absolutely essential to follow public health guidelines as outlined from the province. Those guidelines have been created by scientists and by people who have studied public health their entire lives and that know what we need to do to take care of ourselves so that we remain physically well. And every time those guidelines have been put in place and they have been at the highest level, so it's a stay-at-home order or we're in lockdown, you see those numbers going down and you see our community stabilizing as it relates to the spread and transmission of COVID-19. So they work. We know that. The challenge is that the very restrictions that those guidelines create are the very things that people need as humans to stay connected and to stay supported. And so that is our challenge. That's the space that we're trying to land in. We feel very strongly that people's needs can still be met on a mental health level despite the public health guidelines. There are still ways for people to connect with each other, support each other, find ways to stay safe and physically distant from each other while still caring and taking care of each other. And formal, and that's just the informal sense. And then formally, as I've outlined, we have adapted our services, and not just CMHA, but all of our partners in the system have adapted our services to be able to offer virtual care and to be able to offer face-to-face care while maintaining the public health guidelines. It's not easy. I'm not going to pretend it is, but it is absolutely what we have been doing since March, and it is essential that we continue to do both. I get really worried about people who are reckless with the public health guidelines, because what that does is it just creates another problem. If they were to contract COVID-19 and then share that with folks that, again, maybe unknowingly, unwittingly share that with other folks that are vulnerable, it just creates another whole problem, and it's not good for people's mental health as well.
Thanks very much, Helen. I just wanted to, and thanks, councillors, for your questions. It's really important that councillors have direct access to our local subject matter experts. So really appreciate you coming here today. Councillor Kittredge, I just wanted to answer one of your questions about some of the data. I just pulled up some of the data from our County Police Services Board. So this doesn't answer all your questions, but it answers some of them. So the overall OPP calls for service between 2019 to 2020 have been reduced from 31,970 to 23,900. So there's been a reduction there. Drug investigations are down from 255 to 154 between 2019 and 2020. This is over the entire county, not just Center Wellington. Violent crime is down from 282 to 250. Property crime is down from 1,898 to 1,500. Domestic disputes, unfortunately, is up slightly from 452 to 494. And then 2020 has seen the lowest rate of suicides in Wellington County over a 6-year period. So that's some of the key data that came out of the Police Services Board's report from this yearly report last week. I just wanted to mention and thank Helen for 2 programs in particular that have been really, really good. The Here for Hope, you heard Helen mentioning that. This is an amazing program. As everybody knows, that we've had some really significant challenges in Center Wellington across the county when it comes to suicides and mental health, and this movement has moved right into that issue that we had, and Helen and her team, along with a lot of other community partners, have been very instrumental in trying to end the stigma when it comes to mental health, and these events and these activities that we do are hugely important for Center Wellington and the county. So thanks for that. The other program that the whole county is very excited about is the impact program that you mentioned with the OPP. And in case any of the councillors don't know what this is, we have CMHA staff that go directly with the OPP. They work out of the detachment and they go to calls together when there's a mental health component to that call. So it's seen across the country as revolutionary and very innovative, and demonstrates what we can do when we work together on things. So for those 2 programs, you get a lot of congratulations at a county level, but often we don't talk about it too much at the township. So thanks so much to you and your team for all that you do on that side.
Thanks, Mayor Linton. Just the other program I forgot to mention was all the work we're doing relating to youth hubs across our area. So we're looking to create 7 youth hubs for youth, and 3 of them are in the county. So we have one open in Erin, we have one open in Fergus, and we're opening one in Palmerston. And then there's 4 sites that we're looking at within the city of Guelph. And these youth hubs are one-stop shops for youth who need just to come and get some help for anything: crisis, mental health, addictions, education, career counseling, problems with their parents, problems with their girlfriends. It is a place where they can come and just be. It's being designed by youth, for youth. And as service providers, there's 30 of us involved in providing services. And this again is another revolutionary model that we're looking to bring across the area to make it incredibly easy for youth to get their needs met. Because if you can meet their needs there and address those issues, then they're not going to carry them through their adult life as well. So we have a really important window of opportunity there. There are multiple service providers involved, and I'm really super excited about it. And again, the County of Wellington's been a huge support and partner with us in that. So that's the other thing that's been amazing.
And I think thanks for mentioning that, Helen. And I think what we need to do once this pandemic is behind us, we'll all take a road trip to the Fergus site because it's pretty incredible what
it
they've
really
been able
is.
to build there.
Yeah.
So thanks very much for taking the time to be with us today, Helen. I really, really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And again, if there's any questions you have, any concerns, whether it's personal, professional, it doesn't really matter. Send me an email. I'd be happy to answer. I've got links for care. We've got everything listed on our cmhaww.ca website. But I really, really appreciate the conversation, and thank you all for everything you're doing to support our community through this wild ride that we're all on.
Thanks, Helen, and a ride that we'd like to get off soon.
Yes. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, moving on to county report. I'm going to focus on just one thing today. I'm going to focus on what the county has been doing to assist Wellington Dufferin Guelph Public Health to roll out its vaccination plan. On the Mayor CAO weekly calls that we have every Monday morning, Dr. Mercer, about a month and a half ago, Dr. Mercer talked to us and indicated that she needs help from the county and the member municipalities if we're going to successfully roll out the mass vaccination program. And so the county said, tell us what you need. So we've seconded 15 county staff to assist with the administration of the vaccination activities, and then 10 additional staff as backup for the next 3 months. In addition to that, we pulled Paul Johnson, the former county's operations director. We pulled him out of retirement to quarterback the county-wide efforts to oversee all county staff activities, manage the logistics, liaise with public health, liaise with each of the member municipalities, and then report back to county council. We recognized that we needed to have an overall project manager, and Paul's come to the table for that. So last week, it's exciting that we opened the county's new vaccination center at the Center Wellington Sportsplex. So this center is set up to vaccinate at its height about 5,000 people a day once the vaccine starts to roll in. In addition to that, the county is also going to be opening up the 3 pop-up sites, vaccination sites in the northern part of the county for those people who don't want to travel or can't travel to Fergus. We want to be as close as possible to the population that's going to be vaccinated. So that's also going to be happening over the next month or so. So I wanted to give a big thank you to Andy, to Pat, the Center Wellington team, especially Matt and Casey for working with Paul and Public Health to get this facility ready to go. This has been a ton of work, and they just put their heads down and made it happen. And I've heard some really good feedback about how great our staff have been, and of course I agree. So this is a one single team. We're one team, public health, the county, the township. We're working well together and doing what I would say is the most important thing that we can do right now to end this pandemic once and for all. So county and township have both said this is the most important thing that we can be doing right now. We're going to make sure that we provide whatever public health needs. We're tracking, just on the township side and the county side, we're tracking our time, we're tracking the facility use, and if the province will pay us afterwards for what we've contributed to this cause, we'll be asking for that. But regardless, this is the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to invest our resources in. So that's my county update for the day. And moving on to committee updates. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a meeting at Center Wellington Hydro just last week, folks. Some good news really is financially, there's been very, very little impact on our utility in terms of things like collecting billings, and the financial impact of the pandemic has been relatively low. So that's a good news story. You know, I want to give a shout out to the staff at our hydro utility. They keep the lights on for us and they keep our computers fully powered. So that's a good news story. Very little financial impact at the utility. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Foster. Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so we are currently continue to work as Economic Development Recovery Committee, where we basically try to look at the economic hardships and look at business owners and see which sectors are struggling and how we can best help them. I received another email today with a new idea as well. So there's always new ideas coming forward as to how we can promote business and assist people with continuing to care for their families in that way. So that committee continues to meet, and Heritage Committee also works in their individual groups, continuing month by month. And as you see on the agenda, we have also a recommendation for a new member. So that's my update.
Thanks, Councillor Van Dalen. Councillor McElwain?
Nothing?
Councillor Kittrus?
No committees.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stephen touched on the Economic Development Recovery Committee. There's also an Economic Development Business Park Committee that continues to plan and move forward so that when this lockdown is over, that the new business park is ready to go with a good plan. And so we're working behind the scenes to do that. The CSAC committee met. You're going to deal with that in item 6.1, I believe, with the community grants that have been distributed. And it's a great committee that had some good discussions, and I'm looking forward to them dealing with the McDonald grants, which is also in 6.1.
Thanks, Councillor Dunsmore. Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Wastewater quality management meeting. We didn't have one last month or this month. GRCA update. We had the elections of the chair and vice chair. Chris White was acclaimed chair, replacing Helen Jowett, who served for 5 years. Susan Foxton was acclaimed as vice chair, replacing Chris White. Other business, CAO Samantha Lawson was named to join the provincial working group to provide input on updated regulations under the Conservation Authorities Act. Retired GRCA CAO Joe Farwell will also be joining the provincial working group. An ad hoc committee was formed to help provide input and direction on adapting the GRCA to the Conservation Authorities Act's changes. Staff provided a presentation on their Grand River Watershed Natural Heritage System Framework, as well as the sub-watershed characterization reports. These reports highlight significant attributes and summaries of key natural features in sub-watershed areas and act as reference documents and technical resources. Staff provided a presentation on water quality in the Grand River. They highlighted main water quality issues, the provincial water quality index ratings in some river areas, and significant improvements in water quality due to the wastewater optimization program and upgrades to municipal wastewater treatment plants. Healthy growth. The committee endorsed Wellington County's 10-year capital plan to increase investment in social and affordable housing, including $43.8 million in improvements and upgrades to its current social housing units and building new county-owned affordable housing units every third year. The committee also agreed to establish an attainable housing target and provide recommendations to the council to increase the attainable housing options in Center Wellington.
Thanks, Councillor McCray. Thanks, councillors, for those updates. Moving on to confirmation of the agenda, I have a recommendation that the council of the Township of Center Wellington confirm the agenda for the meeting held February 22nd, 2021. Mover for that, please. Councillor McElwain, second by Councillor McCray. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to confirmation of the minutes, we have minutes from our council meeting on January the 18th. I have a recommendation the council meeting held January 2021 minutes be adopted as circulated. Mover for that recommendation. Councillor McCray, second by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that is carried. So item 6, we have report from Committee of the Whole from February 16th, 2021. Before we get Councillor Dunsmore.
I would like your worship to pull out item 1 and deal with it separately, please.
Okay, we'll pull out item 1 and deal with it separately. So I'm going to go and we'll handle the other 2 through 7. So I have a recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington approve items 2 through 7 from the report from the Committee of the Whole dated February 16th, 2021 as circulated. Mover for that recommendation, please. Councillor McCray, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So you wanted to move out section or item 1, Councillor Dunsmore. I'll let you discuss you wanting to pull that one out.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I ask that we pull this item aside and vote separately because I believe that we have made a grave error in judgment by sending this to the Integrity Commissioner. And I'd like to take a moment to address my colleagues on council and ask you to reconsider this motion. In addition, I would like to ask that after our discussion, we have a recorded vote. I, like many of you, have received many emails and phone calls around this issue over the past several days. In addition, I reviewed previous rulings of the Integrity Commissioner on grievances that were put forth by members of this council, and that causes me concern. Councillor Foster, last March, when COVID-19 first struck our country, you demanded that we reopen the 2020 budget because it was the nature of the pandemic. And you raised your voice to the mayor and you told us it was about leadership. Councillor Foster, this is about leadership. I read your remarks in the paper where you blamed the mayor. The mayor could have nipped it in the bud, was the quote. Nipping it in the bud isn't something the mayor should be doing. He shouldn't be stifling our freedom of speech. We have the right to think and say what we believe. However, there are consequences, but we must leave those consequences to the voters. We have few actions of recourse here. We all have the right to freedom of speech. The deputy mayor position, however, is different. The deputy mayor is appointed by this body. The deputy mayor and the mayor need to be on the same page, particularly in a crisis like this, when the operations of the municipality are so important to our community. Since the declaration of the emergency, our municipality and all Wellington lower tier municipalities and the county have all agreed on the direction of following the science of this pandemic and listening to the medical professionals. We cannot have a deputy mayor who opposes this direction. This was our opportunity, Councillor Foster, to nip it in the bud. This was our opportunity to lead, and we chose to put forth a motion to defer, to punt it, as one resident so eloquently put it, to the Integrity Commissioner. Councillor McElwain, you too publicly claimed you were angry about his remarks and believed they showed bad judgment. I believe we are showing bad judgment, sending this to the Integrity Commissioner. Based on the review of the Integrity Commissioner's previous remarks in 2019 regarding the content of Councillor Kittrus's emails, he stated that it is not his job to govern free speech. He's not going to rule on this issue based on his comments in section 92 of that report. And I quote, "I reiterate my observation that it is not the role of an Integrity Commissioner to police political speech. We're going to send this to the Integrity Commissioner for 100 to 120 days to have him come back and tell us that this is our decision." And he is absolutely right. I spoke to several friends in the legal community who do not believe that Councillor Van Leeuwen has done anything illegal. Councillor Van Leeuwen is entitled to his position. He is entitled to his ideas and his beliefs, and he is allowed to share them. However, I do not share Councillor Van Leeuwen's beliefs. And I believe his beliefs in this case are dangerous. It is time for this council to speak with one voice, to stand up and support the public health unit, the doctors, the nurses, the workers in the long-term care facilities that are struggling to keep our community safe. Dr. Mercer was one of the country's first public health officials to implement a mask order. And with great success in this community, we are doing far better than most areas. And as I said last week, we should be held up as an example of what to do. Is the Premier handling this perfectly? No, but these are uncharted waters. Are the lockdowns good? Absolutely not, but they are the safest course of action right now. We need to protect the health and lives of our community. The Township's Economic Development Committee is sourcing funding from any level of government to help put it into the hands of local businesses to offset the negative effects of the lockdown. They support opening up the economy with public health measures. This past weekend, photos in the press and social media showed the mayor, the CAO, township staff, county staff, and public health staff all working together to end this thing, all wearing masks. What if the mayor were sick and Councillor Van Leeuwen, as deputy mayor, was in that picture? Would he be wearing a mask? As deputy mayor, I'm concerned that directions to staff who are currently abiding by the provincial and the public health rules and regulations could be altered. Would Councillor Van Leeuwen's posts and remarks talk about the importance of social distancing, wearing masks, being responsible, or would he repeat some of the anti-mask, anti-lockdown, anti-public health comments and statements found on the End the Lockdowns Caucus website, thereby confusing the public? Wearing masks, washing hands, and opening up our economy safely is the way to go. An organization that encourages discarding masks and opening up with no restrictions is, in my opinion, dangerous. I can't support that, and so I'm using my freedom of speech to say so. This motion to defer is poor judgment, and this is the moment we draw a line in the snow. We cannot bury our heads in the snow and punt this to somebody else to deal with. We need to show leadership. I voted against this last week, and I'll vote against it today. This is our decision, not the integrity commissioners, and it's time we had the courage and the good judgment to make it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Dunsmore. Councillor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to refer to my notes here. The death rate is so low, it doesn't reach pandemic levels. We're blindly following recommendations from public health. Studies show mandatory masks is a radical approach with no scientific data. We continue to use broad sweeping rules, and this needs to stop. I want to state that I will not be wearing a mask. I was on the phone with Kelly this morning. Folks, I'm reading from an email written by Councillor Van Leeuwen on September 16th, some 5 months ago. This, Neil, is why I said, Mayor, you could have nipped this in the bud 5 months ago, and yet you were silent when that email was issued. 4 months later, another email was issued with a similar theme, questioning the statutory medical officer, questioning enforcement of the police. These behaviors are reprehensible. Mayor, you could have nipped them in the bud on September and December via email. And that's not without even mentioning emailing a quorum of council in a duly constituted meeting. Mayor, you were silent. You could have nipped these things in the bud and you didn't. This is why I use that phrase, Councillor Dunsmore. Mayor, you could have nipped it in the bud. He could have nipped it in the bud. Nevertheless, that's not the issue we face today. The issue we face today was eloquently put by Helen Fishburn just about an hour ago. I get worried about people who are reckless with public health guidelines. And here we have a case of a deputy mayor who is very reckless with health guidelines. There is photographic evidence, no mask, associating with people you don't live with, not social distancing, traveling to take a photograph. Those are very reckless behaviors, and they, as the editor bluntly put, give the finger to public health people on the front line. This is the issue we face today. And yet, despite all these reprehensible behaviors, Councillor Dunsmore, you're advocating that we don't investigate them. I find that highly curious. So my recommendation stands. These behaviors need to be investigated. There's a reason we have an integrity commissioner. The province asked us to have one. There's a reason we have a code of conduct, and it is obvious that it is, it is probable that Councillor Van Leeuwen breached that code of conduct. How can we possibly sit idle and not have these matters investigated? Here we are deliberating on whether to remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor, yet we're unwilling to have those same behaviors that warrant his removal not be investigated. Neil, this smacks of a cover-up in my view. Why are we covering it up? Let's get to the truth and have the matter investigated. Those are my remarks, Mayor. We
Point
need
of
this
privilege, Your
investigated.
Worship, point of privilege.
State what your point of privilege is, Councillor
You
Doug.
just accused me of participating in a cover-up, and I'm not going to stand by for that. Ask him to retract the remark, please. I am not.
I did no such thing, Neil. I did no such thing. I
Your
said
words,
this-
you just said
this
it.
smacks of a cover-up is what I said. I did not mention your name, sir. Voting against investigation is a cover-up.
Nobody said to him vote against investigation. We said not to send it down to have him removed as mayor. You're the one who's put the motion in the first place.
And the motion stands.
Okay, let's pull it back for a minute. I'm going to go around the room. Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thanks, Mayor. This was definitely not what I came here to discuss today, but I thought I should actually add some words here. One of the things that I find incredible here is somehow we've worked ourselves into a conversation from removing me from mayor to absolute anarchy in a sense. And I look at this and I think the ending of the lockdowns and a request for a discussion in a better way has turned into throwing and casting off all caution to the wind. I look at it and I think we really need to have a discussion about, is this the right way to go? We have a conversation about the ramifications, about how much damage and mental health and concerns and people being trapped in their homes, and also even not even being able to receive the gospel message or to go out and receive the help that they need. I am not advocating that we do not work towards supporting mental health. I'm not advocating that we do not take care of the elderly, and there are so many good long-term care home places here in Center Wellington that would actually tell you there's better ways to do this. What we need to do is have this discussion. This is not a cast everything off and run away down a trail. But we are here, we've had a motion to actually remove me from deputy mayor. I understand very, very clearly that this is a position that is voted on by council. I am prepared to accept that from council. And that is why I also removed myself from voting on this discussion. This is a council vote on whether they feel that I'm in the best position. The only reason that I did not feel that it was wise in its essence or in its flavor is because it comes when so many voices are crying out for help and crying out to be listened to. And all I say is, whether you remove me from deputy mayor or not, let's listen to those voices and let's have this conversation. It is in council's hand. It is not my right to maintain it. In fact, I do not feel that we should destroy our community over it, but we need to have a conversation. And that's all I can say. Thanks.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments last week were very much opposed to Councillor Van Leeuwen's position, and they remain that way. I did say that I didn't think he had broken any rules or laws. as far as council is concerned. So I would have loved to have had an opinion from the integrity commissioner to exactly tell us why, to put something in writing legally of why we are demoting him. The 100 to 120 day delay is, you know, a bit of a concern for me, and I hadn't thought about that at the time. I was surprised or frustrated with the very fact that Steve and the other 4 individuals chose to break the law very brazenly that was in place by the province for during the lockdown. They provided photographic evidence of having done that, but the OPP didn't get involved, and they're not getting a whole lot of pressure from the public about that. Other people who are a lot less obvious get $750 fines, and it didn't happen to this 5 people. So I think that should have been in place, not just demotion from deputy mayor. My other concern is that Councillor Van Leeuwen is the deputy mayor and he is appointed. What if the person who had stepped out of the bounds had been one of us? We're not appointed, we're elected. And would we be also, you can't demote us as councillors because we're elected. If you look at Deputy Mayor in Minto, for instance, who was elected, he wouldn't lose his role as Deputy Mayor. So it's for reasons like that that I would love to see a integrity commissioner's report and opinion on the whole process. But like Councillor Dunsmore, the delay is another issue. And after hearing Councillor Van Leeuwen's presentation just a few moments ago, where he said he is willing to accept the council's decision, maybe that is the best way to go. I'm still mixed, to be honest. I would love to see a legal opinion so that I feel that council are doing their job diligently, that we have a position that is justified from a legal position. So anyhow, thank you.
Councillor Kitcher?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dunsmore, for opening this discussion up. When we deferred it last time, it was the end of discussion and there was no more discussion. We just had the vote and that's it. Democracy is freedom and equality under the rule of law. That is what makes democracy a just form of governance. The two extremes of one-person rule based on their own opinion or the public opinion or whatever, and Facebook mobs or petition mobs or emotional quasi-factual opinions for and against. The provision of the transparency and accountability in the provincial law and the integrity commissioner and the code of conduct allows this council the clarity, the reasonableness to have legal advice and adjudication to determine if Councillor Van Leeuwen broke the law in any way. And it's a full investigation. It's not just, I don't know what the mayor said at that time that he spoke. This is a just and a balanced way to move forward. Secondly, to question this vote last week is to cause, I'm concerned that the integrity of the council's desire to follow the law and to know the legal understanding of the situation at hand, those are concerns for me. Mayor Linton voted against the integrity commissioner last week on the grounds that it didn't determine anything under the law, but that is his own opinion. And Councillor Dunsmore, now you have expressed your opinion. But I'm afraid that it's not a written and full report. I do not want this decision to be made without the full information regarding what this is. It is the only fair way. It is not inaction, it is real action, it is legal action, and it gives us full understanding of what is happening. I am also concerned that if you're willing to scrap this integrity commissioner investigation, I believe, are you giving preferential option to Councillor Van Leeuwen or to your own opinions to withdraw this investigation when you vigorously filed complaints against me in 2019? Preferential treatment is against the code of conduct within the what we passed in 2020. It is, I think, wise to continue with the Integrity Commissioner's investigation because that gives us equality under the law and because it's just and fair with council to get the right information to decide the fate of Councillor Van Leeuwen. I would like a recorded vote also.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Interesting comments by everyone. I agree with Councillor Dunsmore's remarks. We need to respect the advice of the medical officer of health, however painful that advice may be. The medical officer of health's primary focus is protecting the public's health. We have been fortunate in our county and township with low infection rates relative to the rest of the country because we followed her advice. We have also witnessed others' actions within our health region and what happens when her advice is ignored and infections increase. I stand by my earlier comments regarding Councillor Van Leeuwen's approach being offside with the expectations of the Deputy Mayor's role. His approach to dealing with the pandemic is a conflict that questions his suitability for the position. I cannot support his path and therefore his continuing in the role of Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks, councillors. Interesting is one way to put the comments. Thanks for your comments today. I just have I'm going to be very brief. I don't want to repeat the things that I've already said at the committee of the whole last week. Nothing's really changed for me. A change in the deputy mayor position to me is both necessary and time sensitive. So we're at the tail end of a terrible pandemic that's rocked the world, and governments at all levels are working hard to make difficult decisions and taking extreme actions to contain the spread of this disease. Ease the strain on our hospitals, and at the end of the day, save lives. It's a very tough time to be a leader. Timely government intervention is the only reason that COVID fatalities aren't much higher. So Wellington County and the Township of Central Wellington have done their part, and I'm very proud of the decisions and the actions that we've taken to make health and safety of our residents priority number one. So turning my attention to the decision made by council at committee of the whole last week, there's three reasons that I'm opposed to punting this decision to the Integrity Commissioner. Number one, the Integrity Commissioner has already given me his advice. Councillor should appreciate, based on the previous interactions that we've had with the Integrity Commissioner, having him put things in writing takes months and months and months and costs thousands of dollars. This is a time-sensitive matter, so I opted for a phone call. The Integrity Commissioner advised me that this matter falls outside his mandate because it is a political decision that needs to be made by Centre Wellington Council. Councillor Dunsmore has reminded us today of the Integrity Commissioner's previous ruling that clearly indicates that he will not overstep his bounds and wade into politics. So if we think we're going to get something from the Integrity Commissioner to help us out, it's not going to happen. Number two, the Integrity Commissioner will take months and it'll cost the taxpayer. Even if this was a matter that did fall within the mandate of the Integrity Commissioner, a formal investigation will take many months, and by then the worst part of COVID will be over and his decision will be meaningless. Not only that, he will be providing us a recommendation that this council will have the ability to either accept or reject. So even if we do punt this over to the Integrity Commissioner, it ends up back at council for our decision anyway. And let me remind council that the recent investigation took over 7 months and cost the taxpayer $5,800. Number three, we've been elected by this community to lead. Only the 7 of us here have been elected by Centre Wellington residents to make decisions and take actions in the best interest of this community. No one else. A single approach and a consistent message that is what is desperately needed by our community right now. In the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a state of emergency, we need people to follow public health guidelines in order to beat this thing once and for all. We need a mayor and a deputy mayor who are not working against each other at this very critical time. We need our leaders singing from the same hymn book right now for the sake of our community. An elected council put Councillor Van Leeuwen in this role, and it is the responsibility of an elected council to replace him, not an unelected Integrity Commissioner who has already told us that he wouldn't intervene. I'm encouraging members of council to step up and take your leadership role seriously today. Okay, I'm going to call to question. We've had everybody have the opportunity to speak once about this. I'm going to call to question, and I'm going to read the recommendation. That the council of the Township of Centre Wellington defer a decision on the position of the deputy mayor pending an investigation by the Integrity Commissioner into whether Councillor Van Leeuwen violated the council code of conduct or any other legislation. Can I have a mover for that recommendation, please? To get it on the floor. Councillor Kittredge. Seconded by?
No, I'm not first. And I would like to ask, why are we motioning this one when Councillor Dunsmore made a motion?
Sorry, Councillor Kittredge, do you have a point of order?
Point of order, yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, explain your point of order, please.
Why are we moving what was passed already last week when when Councillor Dunsmore already said he was against this? And why doesn't he just motion that we would just not have this? I don't understand why we're voting on it again.
Because we're voting on it again because there's probably a couple ways we could do it, but we're voting on this again because this is the recommendation that went to committee of the whole last week. So we want to make sure that the terminology is exactly the same. And then because Councillor Dunsmore pulled this one item out only, we're going to return to this one item. Okay. Any other point of order questions? I don't want any more discussion. Point of order questions. Do you have a point of order, Councillor Foster?
It's a point of order, Mayor, that we've already dealt with this matter, but nevertheless, these events are quite disturbing, and I would like to move an amendment to Councillor Dunsmore's motion that we remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor, and we send the matter to the Integrity Commissioner for an investigation. Mayor, you're removing Councillor Van Leeuwen for culpable conduct and removing him from deputy mayor, and yet we're reluctant to investigate that culpable behavior. That makes no sense to me, and that's why I'm making an amendment to the motion that we remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor and have the integrity commissioner investigate.
Okay, so I think there's a little bit of confusion. That's why I read the motion out. What we're dealing with right now is the motion that went before committee of the whole last week, and that is—
Point of order, Mayor?
No, I'm in the middle of talking, so no, you can't have a point of order. And that is to defer the decision to the integrity commission. So we're not talking about Councillor Van Leeuwen in his role as deputy mayor right now. We're talking about a deferral to the integrity commissioner. Once that's looked after, then there might be an additional motion that has to happen. So right now we're talking about the deferral. And can I get a mover for the motion to get it on the floor? Are you moving, Councillor?
Point of order, sir. Point of order, Mayor.
I hope it's not the same one as you just said.
The point of order is members of council called for discussion while you rapidly called the question, and you've prematurely called the question. You need to encourage debate on this matter, sir.
That's why I gave everybody lots of time, including yourself, to speak about things, and I'm not hearing anything new from you. So can I get a mover for this recommendation? Basically, exactly the same recommendation. Because we had a little bit of dialogue since then, I'm going to read it again. It comes from last week's committee of the whole. The recommendation, as was stated last week, is that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington defer a decision on the position of the deputy mayor pending an investigation by the integrity commissioner into whether Councillor Van Leeuwen violated the council code of conduct or any other legislation. To have a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Kitcher, seconded by Councillor McCray. Okay, all in favor of that recommendation as was stated? Opposed? And just to clarify, Councillor Foster, how are you voting on that? Oh, you asked for a recorded vote. Okay, let's do a recorded vote on this.
Mayor, I've asked for a recorded vote as well. Can you repeat the motion, please?
Yeah, so repeat the motion for the third time.
There are technical issues happening.
Okay, I'll repeat the motion a third time. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington defer a decision on the position of the deputy mayor pending an investigation by the integrity commissioner into whether Councillor Van Leeuwen violated the council code of conduct or any other legislation. And I will allow Carrie to do the recorded vote.
Through you, Mayor Linton, Councillor Foster.
Sorry, Councillor Foster, you're muted.
Yes, in favor of deferring and in favor of an IC investigation. In favor.
Councillor McElwain.
I'm in favor.
Councillor McCray.
Opposed?
Councillor Kittredge.
I am for that deferral and investigation.
Councillor Dunsmore.
I am opposed.
Councillor Van Leeuwen.
I'm refraining from that.
Okay, so an abstention is a negative vote.
I understand.
Okay. And Mayor Linton.
Opposed.
That is defeated.
Okay, so we have that motion has been defeated, so the matter isn't going to be sent to the integrity commissioner. So that leaves us with making a decision. What we can do right now is we could go back. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit of advice from our clerk, okay? I just want to make sure procedurally I do this right.
Okay, through you, Mayor Linton, you could ask for any other motions from members of council. You could look back at the recommendation that was originally put forth to committee, which was from your report, or any other recommendation from the body of council.
Clerk, can you do you have the recommendation that we were going to put forward?
Yes, I
If
can
you could
ask. Yep.
You could ask that.
I can ask Devlin, I believe, to share his screen with it so that everyone is familiar with it.
Point of order, Mayor.
What's your point of order, Councillor Foster?
That is exactly what I just proposed. We've just defeated a motion to defer the decision pending a report. My motion stands, which is let us remove Councillor Van Leeuwen and send the matter to the IC for a report. I've already made such a motion. My motion stands. That's exactly what I was driving at earlier. And now you've called for a new motion. My motion stands.
Yeah, you were a little unclear with what you were doing there.
Well, here, I'm making a new motion, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor and that we have the matter investigated fully by the integrity commissioner. We're removing him as deputy mayor because of culpable conduct. That conduct needs investigation. He may have breached our code of conduct. He's breached the Municipal Act, section 224A and section 224F, not looking out for the well-being of the municipality, not upholding the acts of the legislature, including public health measures. Those things need investigation. If we do not investigate, we're covering up culpable conduct. My motion stands, Mayor. I move that we remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor and we have the matter investigated. There is a motion on the floor, sir.
Yeah, you put a motion there, and it's only on the floor when you get a seconder. So there's a motion on the floor by Councillor Foster. Can I ask for a seconder for that motion? Councillor McElwain? We have discussion on here. Just call a discussion. Okay. Okay, before we call the vote, any discussion? I'm not going to go around the table, but any discussion about that motion that was put on the table? Councillor Dunsmore?
You know, we're getting heated here and we're running around in circles and we're all kind of saying the same thing. It seems to be a consensus that they want Councillor Van Leeuwen removed as deputy mayor. Every councillor has the right to put forward an investigation request to the integrity commissioner if they so wish. If Councillor Foster wants to put it into a motion to do that all at once, then the net effect of that is the same. I still think the integrity commissioner will not rule on this as so is our decision. But in effect, in a crisis situation, Councillor Van Leeuwen would be removed as deputy mayor. So I think we're saying the same thing. We're just going about it around roundabout way. So I would support this motion.
Okay, any other questions? Any other comments? Councillor Foster, we're going to let other people speak for a sec. I think I know where you stand on this. Any other comments from council? Councillor McElwain?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councillor Foster for wording it like this, because that's basically what I've been asking for all along. I agree that Councillor Van Leeuwen should be removed, but having a legal opinion because we are setting a precedent, I think is important. So I would like to see that report to come forward.
Anything else from council on this one? Councillor Kitcher?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what the general consensus is of this council, but I think it's backwards. You need to know the legal part of it, and it is not just a single call from one person. It is what we need to know, and we need to have and I think that to decide to remove the person without the actual report and understanding it's just backwards. It's just like, I don't think I can vote on this, actually.
Anything else from council? Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing in direct relation to it. I just wanted, because sometimes we don't get an opportunity to say something afterwards. Some of Councillor Foster's remarks in regards to some of the emails that went around, he seems to take them out of context, and I find it a little strange when I say I won't wear a mask. It was a response to actually the mayor and requesting how we should conduct our council meetings. And I said, I don't think I can wear a mask for that many hours straight, which other councillors also didn't want to sit there wearing a mask. Now, if anyone wants context, I just would definitely encourage that, because to throw things like that out with no context is very, very damaging. And especially even in regards to some of the conversations, if I speak to a police officer and he says, yeah, I'm having it's difficult to manage through these times, that does not in any way indicate interference. And I don't know where Councillor Foster is going, but those are terrible things to say in a public meeting, and I'm very disappointed. Thanks.
Any other, Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, I would just like to say one thing, and Councillor Van Leeuwen, he and I have had discussions, and we know that we're on the opposite sides of this argument, and I respect his right to have it. But I would like to point out to the public in this meeting that this could have gone a different way if Councillor Van Leeuwen had chose to exercise his vote, but instead he chose to abstain, which brought us to where we are now. And he showed to me in that moment that he doesn't want to disrupt this community. He doesn't want to disrupt this council. And by doing that, I just wanted to, because I know we don't get a chance to speak after this, and I just wanted to just tell you, Stephen, that I respect how you did that, and that you didn't sway the vote. You just abstained, and now we're here to remove you. And I respect that decision and that attitude.
Councillor McCray?
I'm probably going to get shot for saying this, but having listened to this whole thing, I'm very disappointed in us as a council. I mean, here we were to discuss one question, whether or not we felt that Councillor Van Leeuwen should remain as deputy mayor. All I've listened to is a lot of little games being played behind the scenes, and it just infuriates me, because I'm sitting here thinking, what a waste of my time, having to listen to this, seeing all the little games going on, different councillors trying to use this as an opportunity to attack the mayor, when really we should be focused on whether or not the person who's in the role of deputy mayor is the person who should stay in that role because of things that have happened. That is all the people want us to address. And instead, all I'm seeing is all this other nonsense going on, people getting upset, pointing names, everything, some comments being made that shouldn't be made. And I appreciate Councillor Van Leeuwen in terms of some of the things that Councillor Foster said towards you, he shouldn't have said. Like, really, I just look at all of us and I just say, shame on all of us. This has just gone too far and has gone on for 2 years, and I'm really sick and tired of the games. And quite frankly, there are a lot of members in this municipality who are as well. So let's rethink about this and focus on what we're here for. And this is what I signed on as a councillor, was to focus on our strategic plan to guide this community over 4 years, and we keep getting distracted with these silly little arguments.
Thanks, Councillor McCray. Last words before we call the vote on this, Councillor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ian, for your remarks, as well as Neil. I'll start with Councillor Dunsmore. Neil, you yourself just stated that remarks that you found Councillor Van Leeuwen's beliefs dangerous. Councillor McCray, you've expressed some frustration with these silly games. I personally don't see anything frivolous in speaking up for the rule of law and speaking against councillors who email each of us and call into question the medical officer, the wearing of masks, making statements such as that public health should not require the police to enforce regulations at church services. I find that disturbing, Ian. That's very disturbing to me. A councillor emailing each and every one of us 3 times over 5 months and nothing being said. That is what I find disturbing. My comments stand, Mayor. If this behavior was culpable enough to be removed as deputy mayor, and these beliefs are dangerous, and then this is all the more reason to have it investigated. And I call for a recorded vote, because to do otherwise is covering up what happened here. And it needs to be investigated so the truth is on the table. So we need an investigation, and I call for a recorded vote, because a vote against investigating is a vote to cover up this issue. And I don't think we should. The public has a right to know what's taking place here. The only way to get that to the public is an IC investigation.
Okay, I think we're not going over any new ground anymore. It's just basically saying the same thing over and over again. I haven't had a chance to say anything on this one, so I'm gonna mention a couple of comments. Firstly, I won't be supporting this, and it's not anything to do with the cover-up. I don't know where that concept comes in, but the fact of the matter is I had a conversation with the Integrity Commission already. I recognize that some members of council don't believe what he told me, and that's your prerogative. But I don't, based on the conversation I had, I'm not going to waste any tax dollars on further dragging this one out. It's going to come back, and he's going to say it's a council decision, and there's nothing he's going to do about it, and we're going to waste taxpayers' money in the process. So I will be not voting in favor of that. That's definitely for sure. I'm going to call the question. I've heard enough of this. So we got a mover and a seconder for this. Do you know what the motion is, Carrie? Should we read the motion back again? It's been so long since we did it.
Well, through you, Mayor Litton, I have not prepared a motion, but I can indicate that that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington remove Steve Van Leeuwen as deputy mayor and defer.
No. No.
And the Integrity Commissioner be requested to initiate an investigation into the conduct of Councillor Van Leeuwen. Was the gist.
Is that accurate, Councillor Foster?
Except for the word defer. The motion is that Councillor Van Leeuwen be removed as deputy mayor, and the Integrity Commissioner be requested by this council to commence an investigation into the entire matter.
Okay, then through you, Mayor Litton, can I ask for clarification on what kind of investigation? Are you asking for a code of conduct violation? Are you asking for conflict of interest? Pardon me?
Yes.
Sorry, point of order. Okay, stop interrupting. Councillor Foster, stop interrupting our clerk. I'm tired of it. Carrie.
Sorry, I was asking for clarification on the motion, whether the investigation was to include a code of conduct violation or a violation of conflict of interest, which are the two mechanisms the Integrity Commissioner has the authority to investigate. Would just ask for clarification on that, please.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. She asked me the question and I attempt to answer.
Councillor Foster, go ahead.
The motion reads that Councillor Van Leeuwen be removed as deputy mayor, and that the Integrity Commissioner be requested to commence an investigation into the matter of Councillor Van Leeuwen joining the lockdown caucus, breaching our code of conduct, and potentially breaching the Municipal Act.
Okay, so that's significantly more words than what I got seconded. Can I suggest something before we go to vote on this? How about we take bite-sized chunks and split this into two motions? Why don't we
No,
deal with Councillor Van Leeuwen first and then talk about the Integrity Commission report after that? Councillor McCray?
Just a suggestion. Would it be possible to just do a group phone call to the Integrity Commissioner and ask him a particular question and just have him tell us, as opposed to going through a full report?
If it's a code of conduct violation, we need to file and he needs to go through the process. It's a sorry. I think if you're asking for an investigation, he needs to do preliminary work and determine whether he can in fact investigate and do his homework, and then he files a report. I'm not sure an investigation could be done by phone call, but perhaps an inquiry.
Councillor McCray?
I'm just thinking to have the same conversation that you did, Mayor Linton, with the Integrity Commissioner, where we just all hear the same thing. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah, I hear where you're going with that one for sure. I don't know if it's possible because he did mention to me that if any councillor wants a formal investigation, they do have the right to connect with them directly and initiate it. I was just trying to kind of shortcut that because it's time sensitive. So I'm not sure that he would do it. We could ask him the question. But again, I'm not sure how that's going to help us get through today's motions. Councillor Kitcher?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think this, I'd like to just sort of say, Councillor McCray, this isn't frivolous and we're not playing games here. This is nothing like that. It's about the rule of law. As someone that's gone through the code of conduct, you can do a phone call as the mayor did. We can do the motion to have the investigation, and he will decide it's not worth it, and he'll tell us very, very shortly and tell us that's exactly what it is. And it's not 120 days. He promised when he did the last code of conduct, that it would not take 7 months, that it would be done within 3 months if he accepted it. And this is how it works. So like, I think that this is all, we've done this all backwards. It's, you've said that it's going to, the information there that it's going to take 7 months and it's irresponsible to do this. I think it's irresponsible to decide without that. And we do know this, that it's important to know whether he broke the law. There's some people that feel very, very strongly that he broke the law. If that is the case, then he'll tell us and he'll do his work. But if he didn't, then he'll say, and we would have this back on thing very, very quickly. So that's my views.
Okay, so we're going to deal with the motion on the floor. We've already, that ship has sailed, Councillor Kitchers. Council's already decided not to do it that way. So we're going to deal with the motion on the floor. And the motion on the floor is I'd like to see it in writing, actually. Councillor Foster, can you email it to our clerk? And because I want to make sure, because the last time you spoke, you added probably half a paragraph there. So I'd like to be clear what we're voting on. So if you could email it to our clerk, and we'll take a 5-minute recess. and then we'll vote on it. I'm not going to take any more discussion or questions right now. We're going to defer for 10 minutes and come back. Okay, if you could do that, Councillor Foster, that'd be great. Okay, can we get back at it here? I'll just make sure I see all the councillors. Councillor Kittredge here, Councillor McCray here, Councillor Van Leeuwen here, Councillor Foster here. Councillor Dunsmore, are you there? Councillor Dunmore is here. Okay, so we're all back again. So based on a couple conversations, a couple versions of the motion, our clerk has pulled something together that she will speak to. And then what I'll do is I'll ask the mover and the seconder, Councillor Foster and Councillor McElwain, if that reflects what they said, because we want to be very, very clear on the wording of this one. So over to you, Carrie.
Okay, through you, Mayor Linton. I have that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington remove Councillor Van Leeuwen as Deputy Mayor and repeal bylaw 2018-63, and that the Integrity Commissioner be requested to initiate an investigation on whether Councillor Van Leeuwen breached Council's Code of Conduct or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Now, I have through you again, I have phrased it this way, and I'd just like to remind council that the Integrity Commissioner, his job is twofold. It is to provide you with advice or conduct investigations on breaches of Code of Conduct and breaches under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act or the council staff relations policy. That is the limit of his powers. So Councillor Foster had indicated a Municipal Act violation, and that is not under his jurisdiction. So that's why I have phrased it the way I have.
So I'm going to ask Councillor Foster, is that okay? Can you
So
move
moved.
it that way? So
Yes,
moved?
sir. So moved. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McElwain, would you second that?
Yes, that, I like the way it's reading now, yes.
Okay. Any final comments specifically about that motion from members of council? Councillor McCray?
I'd like this to be a recorded vote so the community knows who to blame when they get the cost for this.
Okay. Okay, so I will, do I go through like the informal vote first or just turn it right over to you? Okay, I don't like to duplicate stuff. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to do a recording.
Okay, through you, Mayor Linton. Are we clear on what we're voting on? Do we need to repeat, or we're good? Okay, we're good. All right. Councillor Foster.
I vote for the truth. I vote yes.
Councillor McElwain.
I vote yes.
Councillor Kittredge.
I abstain.
That's a no vote. Councillor Dunsmore.
I would have preferred it to be split into two votes, but I vote yes.
Councillor Van Leeuwen.
I will abstain.
Again, that's a no vote. And Councillor McCray.
I'll go with this. Yes.
And Mayor Linton.
I would like to see it in two votes as well. I vote yes.
All right, then it in fact carries.
Okay, moving on. And now we want to go, I'd like us to go through the process. We have a vacant deputy mayor position right now, and I would like to ask council recommend the potential Centre Wellington to move ahead with an election to appoint a deputy mayor to fulfill the remaining term of council in that role. If I could get a mover and a seconder to do an election, that'd be great. But don't I have to get a mover and a seconder to get to that point? Like I have to get approval from council that we're going to do an election now, right?
Kelly, sorry, before you go any further, I'm not hearing you very well at all today. Everybody else is coming through okay, so I don't think it's my hearing aid. Could you just get a little closer to your mic or something, please?
Okay, let's try. Is anybody else having that problem? Okay, I'll try to go like this then. Is that better, Councillor McAvoy? Is it okay? Okay, so I'm going to put forward a motion. I'm going to ask for somebody to put forward a motion to hold an election right now, and our clerk will take us through the election process. So can I get a mover to conduct an election to appoint a deputy mayor for the remainder of this term of council? Moved by Councillor McCray, second by Councillor McAvoy. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that carries. And so we've approved moving ahead with an election, and I will turn it over to Terry to make sure that we do this appropriately.
Okay, what I will do is I will now open the floor for nominations for the deputy mayor. Councillor McCray.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Dunsmore for the role of deputy mayor. He is well suited to the role and puts the community's interests ahead of his own. His recent walk to Ottawa to raise awareness and support for local mental health is but one example of his commitment to the community.
Councillor Dunsmore, were you willing to stand for election?
I will stand for election.
Thank you. I will ask for any other nominations, please. Councillor Kittredge.
I nominate Councillor McElwain. I think he has always considered the community's interests vigorously and served them for the longest of anybody in this council. And I believe that he will be very fair, and he will be a unifying force for this council. And that's what we need.
Okay, Councillor McElwain, do you wish to stand?
I'll stand, sure. Thanks. Thank you, Steve.
And do I have any other nominations? Calling once, calling twice, calling 3 times? Okay, I will therefore declare nominations closed. So we have 2 candidates for deputy mayor. We have Councillor Dunsmore and Councillor McElwain. Now through Zoom, this is going to be a little difficult to do, but I think what we will do is we will have a show of hands for one candidate and a show of hands for the other candidate. And then we will go from there. So Councillor Dunsmore, having been nominated first, I will ask all those members wishing to support Councillor Dunsmore for deputy mayor, please raise their hand now. Okay, there's 4. And those members wishing to support Councillor McElwain for deputy mayor, please raise their hands now. And I have 3. So given that Councillor Dunsmore received 1 more vote, I would therefore indicate that Councillor Dunsmore has received more votes in favor. And I will turn it over to you, Mayor Linton, to actually get a resolution of council to that effect.
Okay, so I will move a resolution that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington appoint Councillor Neil Dunsmore to the position of deputy mayor for the remainder of this term of council. Have a seconder for that motion, please. Councillor McCray. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, 3:10, and we are going on to our delegations. No delegations today. Section 8, consideration of reports. 8.1. We have a rezoning application for First Line in Fergus, and we have a report for Mariana. Mariana, have you been sitting there the whole time?
Yes,
Congratulations.
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Linton, through you. This is a rezoning application report for application number RZ0220. It's for the property located at 6706 First Line in Fergus, formerly West Garifraxa Township. The rezoning application is for allowing a second dwelling on the property in order to help support managing the farm, the 68-acre farm. The property is designated prime agricultural in the county official plan, which permits a second residence for farm help, provided that it meets certain criteria. These criteria are met for this application, as well as other applicable zoning regulations for the second dwelling, including setbacks, coverage, and minimum distance separation requirements. A public meeting was held on this application to receive public input on January 27th, 2021, in fulfillment of the Planning Act requirements. No objections were received at that meeting. In addition, the County of Wellington and the Grand River Conservation Authority, as circulated agencies, have provided comment with no objections to the application. So staff has reviewed the application and is satisfied that the applicable provincial policies and county policies have been met, and there are no compatibility concerns. As such, planning staff recommends approval of the application, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thanks, Mariana. Questions from council? Councillor Foster? Anything?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Testing. Can you hear me okay? There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Mariana. I just want to affirm that there'll be two dwellings on one farm lot, that no further, would any further severances be permitted on the agricultural lands? The issue I'm talking about, Mariana, is urbanization in the countryside. That's what I'm referring to, and potentially farm lot, surplus farm lot severances.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Linton. No, a severance would not be permitted here. There being the two houses on one parcel, it wouldn't qualify for the farm dwelling surplus severance applications that the county would support. So in this case, that would not be possible.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
No questions at this time. Thanks.
Councillor McElwain?
Nothing.
Councillor Kitcher?
No questions.
Councillor Dunsmore?
No questions.
Councillor McCray?
No questions.
I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approve application RZ02/20 and the appropriate zoning bylaw amendment be given 3 readings. The mover for that, please. Councillor Dunsmore, seconded by Councillor McCray. All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks, Mariana. Moving on to 8.2, request for concurrence telecommunications tower. Report from Brett, our Managing Director of Planning and Development. Welcome, Brett.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. This is another ExploreNet tower, very similar to ones that Council has given concurrence for over the past year or so. This one is at 6337 8th line in Pilkington. And similar to some of the others, it's a replacement of a tower that's already on a silo on the same farm. It's a 45-meter tall light duty lattice tower. The information that the applicant has supplied that show it silhouetted and where it's going to be on the farm is in your package. They did the notification on January 14th of 2021, and the notice period ended on February 15th, and the applicant received no comments or questions about this installation. So they've asked us for a concurrence letter. And similar to all of the other ones, So council's aware, we get asked for concurrence, but it's federal jurisdiction. And if we don't give concurrence, the federal government can still approve the tower.
Thanks for explaining that, Brett. A little different than some of the things that we see here. Any questions from council? Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington hereby resolves that it has no objection to the proposed telecommunication tower by Explorer Communications at 6337 8th Line, former Township of Pilkington, and that the Managing Director of Planning and Development be authorized to provide a municipal concurrence letter. Have a mover for that, please. Councilor McElwain, second by Councilor Foster. All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks very much, Brett. Now moving on to 8.3, Highway 6 Watermain and Sanitary Sewer Easement and Access Agreement. And I'm going to turn it to Stephanie.
Yeah, I'm going to actually step in for Stephanie. Stephanie unfortunately couldn't make it this afternoon. So, our new Manager of Engineering, Adam Gilmore, who's also on the Zoom call today, and myself, we're going to introduce the project and the agreements that are under council's for council's consideration today. So yeah, a quick introduction for Adam. Adam joined us back in January and has been quickly getting up to speed on our projects and helping us move some pretty significant projects forward for the township. So and Adam's going to we're going to co-present this just an introduction for council on this report. So we've got a few slides, so some visuals for council, just to orient ourselves in terms of the agreements that we've been working with 3 different property owners over the last little while to facilitate the installation of a new water main and sanitary sewer on Highway 6. So just north of what I call the Ken Weeks site there. It's the Opportunity Shop, and then north up to Side Road 18 and connecting with existing services there. So you can kind of see on your screen, the dashed line represents what the infrastructure that's proposed. And if council will recall, it's almost been 2 years since some of the councillors and Mayor Linton met with the Minister of Transportation back at Roma. And some of the fruits of those discussions are shown. We have a crossing location that is agreeable to the ministry, and so that really kicked us into the next phase of design, and then also these agreements. So we're very pleased to present 3 agreements to council, and the first 2 are temporary access agreements. And they're to basically facilitate construction operations. That's why they're temporary for the property on the east side, so 968 St. David Street North, and also a temporary access agreement with number 10 Side Road 18, which will facilitate access to Little Angels during construction. Adam, in a couple minutes here, is going to go into a bit more detail into the considerations for those agreements. And then we also have a permanent easement with 11 Side Road 18, probably more commonly known as Little Tree Garden Center or Little Tree Nursery. And that's for a permanent easement on the eastern portion of their property that the new water main and sanitary sewer will run within. So it's located MTO has a 14-meter setback off of the Highway 6 in this section, but it is within Little Tree's property, and so the new water and sewer would be constructed within this easement, and so really the purpose of the report today is to seek council approval to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all three agreements. And I think with that, maybe Adam, if I can just to get you to go through some of the details on the agreements.
Yeah, thanks very much, Colin. Thanks for the introduction, and thank you, Mayor Linton, members of council. It's a pleasure to be here on the team at Center Wellington. A pleasure to be here speaking today. So Colin mentioned the agreements. So the first one is a temporary access agreement, and this is with 968 St. David Street North. The construction trenches pits will not be located on the property here. However, we anticipate we'll need the property to stage some of the equipment and materials, and also to enable the workers to access the construction site. So you can see here on the map, there are two driveways at the property. So the construction will temporarily block one or the other driveway, but never both. So we'll ensure we maintain access to this site. The next agreement is also a temporary access agreement. This is with this is on 10 Side Road 18. So this is the Little Angels childcare facility. So in this property, we're going to have to close their driveway access from Side Road 18 and temporarily for the construction. So we've included a temporary access driveway for them from Highway 6 that they'll use during construction to access their property. It'll be removed at the end of construction. Another thing to note with this agreement is we haven't included cost to compensate the owners for snow removal, only on the temporary driveway portion. And finally, the easement agreement. So Colin mentioned the sewer and water are going to extend onto the 11 Side Road 18 property. So we needed an easement. The agreement includes compensation for the easement purchase price plus legal fees. There's a sign that needs to be relocated, a business sign. So there's a cost to compensate the owner to relocate that sign. And then there's provisional compensation for a future gravel parking area within the easement should the owner choose to go ahead with that gravel parking area. Also want to note that we will be including servicing stubs for water and sewer at this property. And so all of these conditions negotiated as part of this easement agreement were kind of in lieu of financial compensation for the easement lands. So where we're at with the agreements, so the 968 St. David Street North temporary access agreement has been signed by the owners. The 10 Side Road 18 access agreement and the 11 Side Road 18 easement agreement have not yet been signed. However, we have been working collaboratively with the owners to come to an agreement in concept, and we anticipate that what we're presenting to you will be amenable to them. The MTO, we need a encroachment permit to complete the construction from the Ministry of Transportation. This is currently under review, but pending acceptance of this of our application, we anticipate we'll be tendering the project in spring 2021, with construction starting in the summer of 2021 and finishing up in late fall 2021. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thanks very much. And just like to take this minute to welcome Adam to the township. First time, and you picked a really good council meeting to join for your first time. So welcome on board.
Thank you.
Questions from council for this one? Councillor Foster, anything?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Adam. Adam, you mentioned the various agreements with our neighbors and landowners. Was there any sort of adversity to this? Was everyone highly favorable in allowing and signing these agreements?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Foster, and through you, Mayor Linton. I don't have as much history on kind of that whole process, but from what I hear, yes, the negotiations did go well, and the landowners we negotiated with were generally favorable. We did include some conditions to kind of to kind of ease the burden on them as much as we could and make them favorable agreements for them also.
Well, thank you, Adam, and welcome to Center Wellington. I appreciated your report.
Councillor Vanderlyn?
Nope, nothing at this time. It's good to see this project moving forward.
Councillor McElwain?
I have nothing, thank you.
Councillor Kitchers?
No questions.
Councillor Dunsmore?
just glad to see this project finally getting off the ground. And Adam, welcome to the team. Thanks for all your hard work.
Councillor McCray?
I'd just like to say welcome, Adam, to the team, and looks like a great plan, and I look forward to seeing the project completed.
Thanks, Councillor. I know this was a difficult project to get the MTO's approval. We actually had to meet with them as a delegation at Roma. I think it was 2 years ago. So this is a long time coming, and thanks to our staff for working with MTO. It's not always the easiest thing to do, but this is something that needs to happen, and it's good to see it coming together here. I'll read the recommendation. It's pretty long, so bear with me. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington authorize the Mayor and Clerk to execute the following 2 temporary access agreements between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and the owners of the property located at 968 St. David Street, North Fergus, and that the owners of the property located at 10 Side Road 18 Fergus, and that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington authorize the Mayor and Clerk to execute the easement agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Center Wellington and the owner of the property located at 11 Side Road 18 Fergus. Have a mover for that, please. Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks very much. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Colin. Moving on to St. David's Street, conceptual design options and public consultation. And I will turn it over to our Managing Director of Infrastructure Services, Colin Baker.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Linton, members of council. So this report, still St. David Street or Highway 6 coming through Fergus, just a different section. And as shown on the picture here, we're right in the downtown core of Fergus. So starting at St. Andrew Street, and this proposed project is going to go right up to Edinburgh. If you want to advance to the next slide there, Adam. And basically, what we're proposing is to start a consultation phase for this project. We know through our asset management plan, St. David Street reconstruction is a high priority project, and it does require a full reconstruction. We have Watermain that's been subject to a number of breaks. We have end of service life, sanitary sewer, an aging stormwater system. And so we're planning this as a full reconstruction. But at the same time, we do want to leverage the province's Connecting Links program and obtain grant funding through that program. They will provide 90% funding for the road component and certain sections of the storm drainage as well. And so we're kind of leading into a reconstruction in 2023 is our plan. So there's a few pieces of the puzzle we need to get into place before then. And so what we're really looking at is kind of trying to identify, what the future vision for this road is. It is an important regional and local mobility corridor. It's part of Highway 6. Sees a lot of traffic in a given day, kind of in the range of around 12,000 vehicles per day travel through this section. It includes a section in the downtown, as I mentioned. It's a gateway into the Center Wellington's cultural and architectural heritage. So it's a pretty important, what we see as a gateway into the community. And so there is an opportunity, since we're doing the full reconstruction, to look at, okay, how this road is designed and laid out. We've got the transportation master plan, which talked about complete streets and incorporating active transportation and new design elements potentially into the road. So really, what we're looking at is looking to start a conversation with the community, with the business community, with council, with MTO, as to what the future vision of this corridor is. And so I think, we've prepared a few options that we'd like to include in the consultation. And I think with that, I'll hand it over to Adam just to kind of walk through some of the design context and some of the considerations we're thinking in these these 4 conceptual design options that we're looking to get council's approval to start a public consultation process on. So Adam, I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, thanks again, Colin. So I'll take you through the design options. So there are 4 options that we're presenting to you, and these are conceptual at this stage. So the first option is to replace the existing. Essentially, it's a like-for-like replacement of what's there, so matching the existing road sidewalk configuration. So some of the opportunities and constraints of doing it this way. So we would expect that this option would maintain kind of a similar flow of traffic through the area, vehicle traffic. Highly utilized on-street parking spaces. So we've done a bit of survey work of parking in that area and kind of identified, what percentage of the time are certain spaces occupied. And we've honed in on kind of a highly utilized section, which is on St. David Street between St. Andrew and St. Patrick. So there's a total of 14 spaces currently in this area. So they would remain unchanged under this option. This option, perhaps not as in line with some of the policies Colin mentioned in the transportation master plan. So the complete streets policy, active transportation policy. So no improvements really to active transportation, not in line with complete streets. And with this option, there's a limited opportunity to kind of improve the visual appeal of the streetscape through decorative features, kind of paying homage to the cultural and architectural heritage of that area. So just some visuals here to give you a flavor for what it looks like in cross sections. So we've shown here a few cross sections of the replace existing option. So you can see here we have our vehicle travel lanes, the parking on both sides of the street, parking lanes that are maintained, and then the sidewalks and boulevards, which remain the same. So under option 2, we would remove the on-street parking lanes and increase the boulevard and sidewalk width. In this case, we'd have an opportunity to include new tree plantings, decorative lighting features in the boulevards. The vehicle travel lanes would also increase slightly by approximately 0.3 meters. So some of the opportunities and constraints with this one. So again, we maintain a similar flow of traffic. In this option, we improve the visual appeal of the streetscape. It does eliminate that highly utilized parking, those 14 spaces. And, it's probably a moderate improvement to active transportation that we've widened boulevards, perhaps improve kind of the walkability of that area, but we haven't addressed cycling. And again, visually, here's what it looks like. So under option 2, we can see, we've eliminated the on-street parking. We've got slightly wider vehicle travel lanes and much wider boulevard and sidewalk areas with tree plantings and decorative lighting features. So option 3, we would eliminate on-street parking from St. Andrew. We maintain on-street parking from St. Andrew to St. Patrick. So that's those highly utilized spaces. So in this case, we would maintain that on-street parking in that area, but widen the boulevards further north, and the sidewalks include tree plantings, decorative lighting in that area. On this option, vehicle lane travel lanes again increase slightly. So the opportunities constraints maintains a similar flow of vehicle traffic. It gives us an opportunity to improve the visual appeal of the streetscape. We still get to maintain those highly utilized parking spaces, so the 14 spaces. And again, there's a moderate improvement to active transportation through perhaps improving the walkability. And here's what it looks like. That first figure on the right, we've maintained the on-street parking in that area, but eliminated on-street parking north of St. Patrick Street. So finally, option 4, the last option. So in this option, we've included separated cycling lanes. So in this case, we would have dedicated separated cycling lanes on both sides of St. David Street from St. Andrew Street to Hill Street, and unseparated bike lanes north of Hill Street. We would maintain on-street parking on the west side of St. David Street. And we'd also have the opportunity to do some increases to boulevard widths, sidewalk widths, and include some of these decorative features. And in order to do this, we're kind of working within a designated right-of-way. So we had to find some space. So we've reduced the vehicle travel lanes from 4.5 meters to 3.5 meters. So opportunities and constraints in this option. So we've improved active transportation for cycling and walking, which is in line with our complete streets policy and our transportation master plan. The separated cycling lanes They are justified given some of the provincial guidelines we're following for safety. We have the opportunity here to improve the visual appeal of the streetscape, and you know, the reduction in lane width. You know, you can see this positive or negative perhaps, but one of the effects that's been observed in other municipalities where they've done work like this is that you can experience actually traffic calming and a reduction in vehicle speed through the narrower lanes, which could be viewed as a benefit. And in this option, we've sacrificed a bit of the highly utilized parking, so we've gone down from 14 spaces to 4 spaces. And so that's what this one looks like in cross-section view. So we've got the separated cycling lanes. So on the west side of St. David, we've proposed a separated cycling lane that's actually separated by a parking lane. And I'll show you in the next slide kind of visually what this looks like. The cycling lane would also be raised off the road a little bit to prevent cars from parking in the separated cycling lane. And then on the east side of St. David, we can separate it through a barrier, and you know, it can be flexible in what that is, but in terms of what that might be. But you know, an example we have here is planters. That could also be, you know, could be temporary planters that could be removed seasonally, or they could be permanent. So there's certainly some options here. So I mentioned some examples. So, you know, what does this look like in practice with separated cycling lanes? So here are some pictures from other Canadian cities. So you can see on the right, you've got the planter separated biking lane, and then on the left, you have the parking separated cycling lane. So our next steps. So we want to, as Colin mentioned, we want to take this out and consult with the public, businesses, to gain some information, kind of inform the next stage of work, which will be detailed design. So proposing to go to the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee in the downtown Fergus BIA through scheduled meetings in March. We also want to consult with the Ministry of Transportation, given this is a roadway, they're a key stakeholder in this. Another idea we have is to have a virtual open house that's open to the public and businesses for approximately 3 weeks in March, so that they can provide input. And then we're proposing to report back to Township Council with a summary of the feedback received from the consultation and our recommendations on the conceptual design. And we're proposing to do that in the spring of this year. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thanks again, Colin, and thanks again, Adam, for this. I just can't see anybody yet. We can get the document removed, that'd be great. There we go. There you all are. Just wanted to clarify for council today. So what, and just to repeat what Colin said, this is to get the council's okay to start the conversation. So these are concepts and concepts only, and they are what we're going to bring to the community. So I don't want us to get too much into a discussion about these concepts. We just want to make sure that it's okay for the township to start the conversation with the community. But obviously, any initial comments that you have on this stretch of road are in scope for sure. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Adam, and Colin, for your presentation. My question is in regards to pedestrian safety at the corner of St. Andrew and St. David, the Royal Bank corner. I'm wondering if, and I didn't hear in any of the options whether, and I know it's tight there, but nevertheless, I'm wondering if there's any way that we can improve turning lanes, both for flow of traffic through the intersection, but also a way to improve pedestrian safety at that particular corner. Is there any credence to those two things in these options? And maybe you could speak about that to us. Those are important. Probably the busiest corner in Fergus right there.
Owen?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor Foster, through Mayor Linton. Yeah, we'd have to understand what the issues or concerns from a safety perspective. We did some recent upgrades to that intersection as part of the bridge work. With the addition of tactile plates at the corners, and also we put in the AODA accessible or audible kind of push button as well. That helps, you know, the visually impaired navigate through that intersection. Certainly, I don't disagree. It is a very busy intersection. It's probably our busiest. Yeah, without understanding what the pedestrians are experiencing in terms of the challenges navigating, you know, I think we'd have to get an understanding of that before we, you know, propose solutions. But we'd be certainly open to having the conversation in that regard.
Thanks, Colin. Councillor Van Leeuwen?
No, I'm glad that you bring this forward as preliminary. I really struggle with losing more parking spaces. And in the same way, I can value the ability to have biking downtown in the biking lanes, considering it is such a good way to get people out and about. So I'm really curious to see where the community will also give their input in regards to the design of this. So, but thanks for giving us at least multiple options as well to consider.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Adam and Colin, for the presentation. Just a quick question based upon having gone through various, or asking the same question a few times in the past about narrowing the lanes down by 10 feet on a truck route. I've kind of been under the impression previously that the ministry guidelines don't allow you to go down to 33-foot traffic lanes on a truck route like this. So I'm just curious if that's even a probability or possibility.
Owen?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor McElwain, through Mayor Linton. So we have seen it done in other jurisdictions. So it seems like it is a best practice. But certainly we do need to have the conversation with MTO to see what they would be open to. And so you know, we will be having that conversation over the coming months with them to confirm, you know, their I guess acceptance of reducing the travel lanes by that much. But from a traffic calming perspective, it you know, it would slow the traffic down coming through town, no question. From a safety perspective, that improves safety when you've got slower traffic coming through. That's one of the main drivers for safety in a community is slower traffic. So and so yeah, by narrowing it, whether it's with the bump outs like we've done in other spots like Colburn Street or Water Street, in other places of the community, kind of creating those little, you know, more confined spaces in terms of travel lanes. Definitely has the effect of slowing vehicles down. If the road doesn't feel like a highway, they won't travel like it's a highway. So so that's the objective there. But definitely we need to confirm and verify with MTO that would be a route they would accept, or what the minimum widths would be that they would accept.
Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Colin and Adam. I'm glad that there's options. I'm for the cycling, but not on this road. I think that you would have to have very serious barriers on any part of it for safety reasons. I would prefer to have alternative bike, maybe down Bredalbin or Gowrie for each side to get down to downtown. The Bredalbin goes right to the library and goes all the way up. I know there's a loss of parking, but we don't use that northern parking lot very much in the north on Hill Street, I think it is. And it's largely empty for large periods of time in the town. I think that in the master transportation plan, it had for a provision for a truck route or directing traffic outside of the main part of the town. And until you actually make serious motions towards that, we're only going to get more and more congestion, and to have bike lanes and then more and more like congestion in the main truck route. I think it's not good planning. And I would prefer to have that as streamlined as possible for trucks, and also consideration of turning lanes if you're going to take away parking lanes, because to get off that road needs to be considered seriously, whether on Hill Street or St. George or all those ones. And so that would be my recommendation, to try to find another bike lane that's very safe and easy other than this one. Otherwise, I think we're going to make it just too congestion if we don't have an alternative truck route.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, I actually share some of Councillor Kittrus's concerns around the cycling, but I would like to hear from the cycling community on that. So my question's probably more around the process that we go from here, Colin. We're going to have open public meetings to get feedback on this. We're going to touch base with the BIA and the Downtown Business Corps to get their ideas about losing parking and about cycling down there. And then what will we do? Narrow it down to some options and then bring it back to the residents and the business people to have a look again before we finalize this? Can you explain the process to me?
Yeah, through Mayor Linton. So yeah, our kind of what we're thinking right now is let's get the concepts out for public input and feedback, and do some direct consultations with the businesses, some of the advisory committees of council, and then also put up create a landing page on the Connect CW where we can have a bit of a presentation, have the concepts up there as well, so we can have provide an opportunity for members of the public to review the information, understand what the various concepts, and then provide their input. So once we get all that input, I think what we'll do is we'll refine those concepts and then kind of bring back a recommendation for council. And so we'd really like to be in a position where we've done some design on kind of the council's preferred design before we apply for our connecting link application. This is kind of the key crux of this. We need to know how much change, how much or little change is going to happen to that corridor, so that we can put some design down and get accurate cost estimates before we apply for our connecting link funding this fall. The next uptake will be likely, I think it's September, October, as they reach out to municipalities for applications. So that's the work plan. That's the objective.
Thanks for that clarification, Colin. Councillor McRae?
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. Thank you, Adam and Colin. I really like the fact that we have several different options. I have some questions related to the solicitation of feedback. You've mentioned a virtual open house. I'm wondering if it's possible to also consider posting storyboards along the route, so people who typically walk there every day, ride through there, can see here's what's being proposed for this area. It's another way to sort of get public engagement. And I'm also thinking there are people who may not be online, use computers. Will you be posting things in the local newspaper to try and solicit more feedback? I'm just looking for other ways to, let's get the public engaged in providing feedback on what they'd like to see for this street.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor McRae, for your question through Mayor Linton. So yeah, certainly we want to engage everybody, as many people as possible. So so we were thinking about an ad in the paper. I think that's a great suggestion, and provide opportunities for people to email. And really, if they want to, like really, we're kind of in a virtual world, unfortunately, with our public consultation. Kind of the kitchen table talks that we've had in the past, and open houses are going to be challenging. But yeah, certainly any way we can get the plans and get information to people, whether it's feedback in writing or through the internet. Yeah, we'll definitely examine methods to do both.
Yeah, Councillor McCray, following.
Yeah, just also if there's a possibility to do the storyboards, maybe posting them on the hydro poles or something with contact information or how to submit ideas is something else to consider.
Great suggestion. Yeah, great suggestion. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I just want to applaud your department, Colin, and for taking this path, right? It's a whole lot easier not to worry about public opinion and just build stuff. So doing this is the right way to do it. And just in hearing our comments, you have diametrically opposed thoughts already. So we're not going to please everyone, and I think we all know that. By going through this process and eliciting as much feedback as possible, hopefully we can get as much common ground. I mean, we're building our community of the future. So this is important that we do this right, and appreciate going through this process and taking whatever means that we can to get people's input and to attract as much people to send in their input. So I think it's the right way to go. I read this recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington direct staff to proceed with the public consultation for conceptual design options for St. David Street North reconstruction project as outlined in report number IS 2021-04 dated February 22nd, 2021. Have a move for that, please. Councillor Foster, second by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that is carried. We're just going to take an 8-minute break. Some of us need a little bit of a break here, and we'll get back at the rest of our council agenda at 4 o'clock. Okay.
You know what we're doing, right? Have to go sideways?
You're okay, it's 4 o'clock. Welcome back, folks, and we'll get on to our appointment to the Heritage Center Wellington. 8.5 on our agenda, and you have a recommendation in front of you. And it was put together by Devlin. Is Devlin going to speak to this, or is it just for questions? Well, I think he should speak to it. He's all dressed up, so you might as well speak to it, right, Devlin? Okay, so if you can speak to this report and pick out anything that's that you want to highlight, go ahead.
Thank you, Mary Linton. Through you, just very simply, we had 3 vacancies arise on our advisory committees just towards the end of 2020. And all 3 reports in front of you here are staff's recommendation to fill those vacancies. And we've filled them with members of the community that have a diversity of experience, and we believe will enhance the ability of the committees to recommend good things to council.
Great, thank you very much, Devlin. Any questions from council on the first one, 8.5, the appointment to the Heritage Center Wellington Committee, before I get over? Councilor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering, Devlin, how many applications that you had for this position?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me for each committee, but we did receive about 15 or 16 applications in total for the 3 positions.
Anything else from council? Councilor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Foster, you're muted there.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Apologies for that technical glitch. Devlin, my question is, I realize there may be some privacy concerns, but I'd like to know what criteria you used when evaluating the various candidates, and how can we be assured that the best people for the position were chosen, whether on Heritage or the other committees? Can you give us some clarity?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Councillor Foster. We don't have a hard and fast method for choosing these members. However, staff that are involved with the committee bounce ideas off each other and bounce the members off of each other to come up with the best recommendation. We feel that it's easier that way because the staff members have a pulse on what's going on with the committee and can fit what the committee needs.
Just to confirm, the staff you're talking about, Devlin, the clerk's office connects with the different staff who are involved in the different committees to identify what the needs are, and then you guys work together to put a recommendation forward to council.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? Councilor Kitchen?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Devlin, are you saying that there isn't actually a formal procedure for that?
No, there is not.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, and I'll have our clerk clarify that there is a process that we've been using for, I don't know, as long as I've been here and before I've been the mayor. And I know there is criteria for each of the different committees. So maybe she can speak a little bit to that. It's not like, you know, they make a quick decision.
Through you, Mayor Linton, Devlin is correct. We receive the applications and we consult with the staff involved with the committee. However, the terms of reference do set out for us the criteria that the committee is looking for in a member, whether it be the economic development has specific criteria. So the various terms of reference help us and guide us in looking at the candidates. Each committee has a separate terms of reference, and we use that in conjunction with the staff member and the qualifications laid out in the application.
Councillor Kestris?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Carrie, for explaining that. But I think if someone were to say that they were discriminated against, would you have an actual policy process to prove that they were not?
I'm not sure how staff are going to answer that question. I think they laid out the process and they explained how criteria is used. I think they've answered as much questions as they need to answer on this point. Unless staff feels like they have anything else to add, the question is very clear. They get more applicants than slots available, which in itself is very positive. And then they match the criteria to the person. So, Carrie, maybe you could just let us know, has this always been the process? Has anything changed in this process for selecting?
No, through you, Mayor Linton, it's unusual for us to receive multiple applications for the positions. In this case, where we're only filling one vacancy, we have followed this process like other municipalities, where you solicit interest and then you select based on the needs of the committee and the strategic plan outlined by council and getting the best fit. If there are more applications than positions, we do keep them on file in the event there's a vacancy, and we can easily fill with those members that have those others that have expressed an interest. But that is the process we've followed since I've been here anyways.
Councillor Foster, are you having technical difficulties there? You're making a lot of hand gestures.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
I'm not hearing any audio, Mayor. Can you hear me? Testing.
Yes, we can hear you. Can everybody else hear me?
Testing. I'm not hearing any audio at all for the last 2 minutes, Mayor. Was there a technical issue?
No, not with us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mayor, I couldn't hear what you said, nor could I hear the clerk's response. And I can hear now. I'm not sure why.
So you can hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay,
but
so
I missed, could you repeat what you said to Carrie? And perhaps, Carrie, you can repeat what you just said?
Yeah,
I couldn't hear a word.
I'll say what I said, and then I'll say what Carrie said too in the interest of time. I asked Carrie, our clerk, how long have we been doing this? And she said as long as she's been the clerk, this has been the process that we follow. Any other questions on this one? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Testing. Can you hear? There we go. So what I'm hearing is that we use some unspecified criteria, but I'm not hearing what they are exactly. And my concern is getting quality candidates on committees, and yet we're not able to know who applied, and what process was used, what criteria were used. That concerns me a little bit in terms of getting highly qualified people on the right committees. Take, for example, the growth committee. I know of a very, at least two very, very good candidates who had relevant backgrounds, but they were not chosen. And I realize I can't mention names and because it's an in-camera matter potentially, but nevertheless, I'm troubled by the fact that we allude to some process, yet we can't explain what that process is. Is there any way that council can make these decisions or hear the CVs of the various applicants? Why is it that this can't be done, chosen by councillors rather than staff?
This has always been the direction of council to provide this as a staff function. This is about choosing people for advisory committee. It's not a political decision, but I'll hand it over to our CAO and he'll just explain the process. This has always been council's direction to provide this, so we haven't given staff any other direction to do it any differently than this. So.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Linton. So the process, as Carrie and Devlin talked about, there is a process. We do have terms of reference which are approved by council each year, or each term of council. There are specific criteria within each of those terms of reference with regards to the makeup. So in some, we're looking for very specific components of somebody's background or expertise. And we have a mix of those within the organization, within the committees. So we do look at that representative across based on the terms of reference. Second of all, some of the candidates also select 1, 2, or their preferred and their second. And so if they have selected their second and we already have a selection made for their first selection of a committee, then we continue along with that. We also confer with the staff that are operating, managing those advisory committees as to the types of works and things that are coming up with regards to the advisory committees and the type of work that they'll be doing. And so we look at that expertise as well as to saying how those representatives or those volunteers would best help along with those discussions from the community, and that those that have broad representation in the community as well. So there is a process. Council sets the terms of reference. They set the criteria for the memberships and the makeup of the committees. Staff review those and then take who we believe will be the best fit for the committees and bring that forward to council for consideration.
Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation. The Council of the Township of Center Wellington appoint Christine Denobach to fill a vacancy on the Heritage Center Wellington Committee. Can I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor Dunsmore, second by Councillor McCray. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Moving on to 8.6, appointment to the Economic Development Task Force. A report again from Devon. It's very similar. And I will turn it over to you, Devon, if you have any other items to highlight. You don't? Okay. So I'll read the recommendation and then ask for council's discussions or questions. That the Council of the Township of Center Wellington approved Dennis Craddock to the Economic Development Task Force, and that the revised terms of reference be amended as attached to report COR 2021-08 dated February 22nd, 2021. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Dunsmore, second by Councillor Foster. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mayor. The only point I want to make is we're really in many cases, we're making these decisions in a vacuum of information. We have no idea in many cases who these people are or what their skills are. And we're being asked to decide and affirm their appointment to a committee, not knowing. We don't get to see their CVs. We don't get to see any kind of a balanced scorecard. So I just want to point out, we're being asked to make a decision in a vacuum of information in many cases.
Anything else from council on this one? Councillor Kitchett?
Thank you, Mayor. I have to agree with Councillor Foster on this. This is exactly what a fulsome procedural bylaw would address, in the sense of outlining and explaining so that the public would know their access to these committees, and that it was totally transparent and understanding the process of how that is done. And so that is exactly what is needed for this. And so then we can decide, and we would know and be assured and could tell the public that yes, indeed, the choice of these committees was done in a totally open, transparent, and accountable way. And so that's sort of, I have to agree, that's a problem here. And I think that coming up, that when we deal with the procedural bylaw, that should be addressed.
Anything else from council? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the third item, appointment to the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee. And again, I'm assuming that Devlin doesn't have anything to add to this. It's very similar, but he's there for any questions. I have a recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington appoint Michael Tressel to the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee. I have a mover for that, please. Councillor McCray, second by Councillor Dunsmore. Any comments on this? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect to the applicant, who I have never met and I do not know his credentials, I'm going to have to vote against this one because I have no idea what background he brings, whether he has skills in growth, skills in planning, skills in urban planning, skills relative to the committee. Here we are choosing someone on a very important committee, and I have no idea what they're bringing to the table. So I'm going to vote no on this for that reason only, with all due respect to the applicant, who I have never met and have no idea what his skills are.
Anything else from council? Anything new? Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel that this is, like I said earlier, a problem, and for this position, I also will be voting no.
Okay. All in favor? And that's carried. No information items today. On to our. Oh, sorry about that. 8.8. A request for proposal 41-20 engineering services structure 24WG. And I will turn it over to our treasurer, Dan Wolf.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. If it's okay with you, this will be a joint presentation. Colin will introduce the project and then I will go through the procurement results.
No, we've heard enough from Colin today. Can you just do it? Just kidding. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Mayor Linton. Members of council. So we are getting organized for the replacement of structure 24G on first line in the former West Garifraxa Township. And it's the bowstring structure that spans the Irvine Creek. It's closed in 2018 due to structural concerns, and we quickly initiated an environmental assessment to evaluate the various options. And as council may recall, back on December 16th in 2019, the EA was the preferred alternative was endorsed by council and subsequently approved by the Minister of the Environment back in August 31st, 2020. So that approval gives us the green light to proceed with the replacement of the structure as recommended in the environmental assessment. And so, this what we're looking to do as part of this award is to retain engineering services to look after permitting and approvals for the structure. We are in species at risk habitat, red side dace, which we've had troubles, or I guess challenges with previously. And so we do know we need approvals from Department of Fisheries and Oceans to address that. And also, so the consultant will assist with that, preparing tender documents, the detailed design drawings, technical specifications, and then taking us through the procurement process for the new structure. And then also, once we get into construction, contract administration services will be provided, on-site inspection as well, materials testing, certification of substantial performance. There's quite a list that the engineer is responsible for. So, so I think with that, just providing that overview, I'll hand it back over to Dan for the financial summary.
Thanks, Colin. So we had 17 registered plan takers on the proposal with 7 responses. It was a request for proposal, so an evaluation was completed by our selection committee, which comprised of the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services, the Manager of Engineering, and the Asset Management and Capital Project Manager. The selection committee's recommendation is to award to the highest scored proponent, which is Triton Engineering Services Limited, at an upset limit of $278,845, which is excluding HST. As Colin mentioned, the span of this work does go over a number of years, where the design and tender work will happen in 2021. The actual contract administration and other work will happen in 2022 and beyond, while the bridge is being constructed and beyond. The actual proposal price of $278,845, approximately $130,000 of that will happen in 2021. That, in addition to other costs associated with permits, legal costs, surveys, project management, non-rebate HST. We're anticipating costs this year of roughly $188,000, and council did approve a budget allocation of $200,000 for 2021 for this project, which is made up of $180,000 of dedicated capital levy funding and $20,000 of development charges. We are within budget allocations for this year, and as the 2021 budget showed, there is a anticipated construction costs for this bridge in 2022. So that will be addressed in the 2022 budget. So like I said, we're within budget allocations and we're recommending award to Triton Engineering Services Limited.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Colin. I'll get a recommendation on the table and we'll go around the room. I have a recommendation of the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for proposal 41-20 Engineering Services Structure 24WG to Triton Engineering Services Limited at a total upset limit of $278,845, including HST. Have a mover for that, please. Councillor Cray, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Questions, comments from Council? Councillor Foster?
No questions, just a comment. I've made my views known on this matter. This is a heritage bridge. I believe we're making a mistake. We're turning our back on our heritage. We could have rehabilitated this bridge, and here we are spending almost $300,000 just studying it, the new one. That would have gone a long way to rehabilitating this heritage bridge. We're down to about 15 left in our township. And when we made various decisions, we did not know clearly that Heritage Center Wellington recommended designating this bridge. So I don't support doing this.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
No further comments.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of questions. Usually Triton Engineering does this work for us without a separate RFP. Why did this one go out to tender? Because normally they are our engineer or a record for this type of work. So I'm just curious why it went out to tender this time.
Dan, Colin, who's best for this one? Ross?
So yeah, I can start and Dan can add if he wishes. So thank you for the question. So essentially, we did a public request for proposals, and and really we're trying to do more of that, especially when it comes to the bridge program, procuring engineering services as it relates to the environmental assessments, procuring engineering and the related disciplines. It's not just engineering, it's biologists and surveyors and geotechnical and inspectors for the construction phase and the detailed design and construction phase as well. And so with the bridge program, particularly the larger structures such as this one, an RFP is from staff's perspective is definitely the route to go to ensure we're getting competitive costing, to ensure we're getting the most qualified project team, bridge designers, project managers to do the work. And so in discussions with finance and purchasing, we felt this was the appropriate method to do for this project.
Dan, did you want to add anything to that? Or is that good?
No, I think Colin did a great job in answering the question. It is a significant project, and to ensure that we're being efficient in doing this project, we decided to go to a proposal and see what kind of prices and responses we get. So Colin did a good job in answering it.
Okay. Councillor McLean, follow on. Sorry, Councillor McLean, you're mute. Oh,
is this a new standard then? Is this how we were going to be going forward in the future for all bridge projects at least, or is it just a trial and error, or what? It's unusual what we're doing.
Yeah, through Mayor Linton. So it's not really unusual. We've done a number of RFPs as part of the bridge program. This is generally our standard method. Certainly for some of the smaller work, we do use other firms, but again, this is a large project, multi-year project, and for certainly projects like this, to issue a request for a proposal is the right thing to do for this scale of project.
Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions.
Councillor Dunsmore?
No questions.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. No questions.
All in favor? And that's carried. No information items. We have bylaws. 10.1 is bylaws, and we have just an amendment to make to that. I want to add bylaw 2021-09, a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor to repeal bylaw 2018-63. So I'm going to add that in. So I have a recommendation that bylaws 2021-05 through 2021-09 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and the corporate seal affixed. Have a mover for that, please. Councillor McCray, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that's carried. I have a confirmatory then we have the proposed motion from Councillor McCray. And we got a notice last month, and now it's time to discuss this motion. So I will turn it over to Councillor McCray to introduce this motion. Councillor McCray.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. So I take it I read the motion and then I speak to it? Is that how that works?
Yes, that's how that works. Thank you.
Okay. So proposed motion, whereas section 238, clause 2 of the Municipal Act requires every municipality to pass a procedure bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceeding of meetings. And whereas the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington deems it necessary to review and update its current procedure bylaw. And whereas Council at their meeting held November 30th, 2020, did not support a recommendation from the ad hoc committee to host a public meeting and workshop with a procedural expert, and deferred consideration of the procedure bylaw until February 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington reconsider the recommendation of the Ad Hoc Procedure Bylaw Committee to host a workshop and public meeting with a subject matter expert on the development of a procedure bylaw, and direct staff to prepare a public engagement process, including the retention of a subject matter expert to educate members of council and the public, and to address concerns regarding the content and wording of the proposed draft procedure bylaw and comments submitted to date. And further, that 2 public meetings be held, one before the preparation of the draft, the other to present the draft for review and comment before council approval, and that both sessions occur at a time convenient for the public to attend, and that the subject matter expert attend and participates in both meetings. And further, that adequate public notice of the meetings is provided through various communication networks. So, what am I seeking with this notice of motion? The motion intends to move forward with the review and update of our current procedure bylaw. The procedure bylaw supports the governance process so that the public, council, committee members, and staff understand how decisions are made and what to expect at meetings. It is a living document to be amended from time to time, and it is due for an update. Recognizing the public's interest, as there should be, the motion encourages the public's participation in its development through 2 public meetings, held at times convenient to the public. The motion calls for retaining a third-party services familiar with the procedure bylaw's intent and design, realizing some public and councillor confusion about the bylaw's plan and purpose. This third party would be involved in both meetings to hear suggestions, educate, and collaborate in the bylaw's development. The third party would discuss with council members, staff, and the public the legislative requirements for procedure bylaws, best practices, and other resources to facilitate the bylaw's development. The first meeting would be a collaborative council, staff, and public discussion to customize our procedure bylaw to meet our community's needs. The third party would then work with our existing ad hoc committee to develop a draft bylaw incorporating the first meeting's ideas. The ad hoc committee will post the completed draft for review by all parties for a minimum of 30 days, and then schedule a follow-up public meeting to solicit feedback and tweaks. The third party and ad hoc committee would again meet to finalize the document before returning to council for final review and approval. Do we require the integrity commissioner's involvement? Procedure bylaws are not his area of expertise. Furthermore, his involvement is unnecessary if we follow best practices and merely cross-reference the procedure bylaw with policies such as our code of conduct policy that the integrity commissioner approved. We should avoid adding additional code of conduct related material to this bylaw. Instead, it resides in the code of conduct that is updated separately from this bylaw. We do not require municipal lawyer services, as the third party and our staff have the necessary qualifications and experience to fully understand the legislative requirements in a procedure bylaw. The areas of significant interest are best practices and local needs that require someone with the theoretical, experiential, and practical understanding to identify what works in our bylaw. The bylaw needs to be both operationally efficient and effective, as well as transparent in how decisions are made and what to expect at meetings. Staff will identify the individual best suited to fulfill this motion's expectations and submit to council their choice along with accompanying credentials and fees for council review and approval. Procedure bylaws include rules for how meetings are conducted, how decisions are made and recorded, how participants, including the public, are involved in discussions, and how other meeting matters, such as meeting schedules and notice requirements, are handled. When properly designed and used effectively, a procedure bylaw provides for efficient meetings and transparent decision-making. Ultimately, the motion promotes a course of action involving all parties to set shared expectations for process, procedure, and conduct at council and committee meetings. Questions?
Thanks very much, Councillor McCray. And you're moving that motion? Yes, okay, you're moving your motion. Well, that's good. Good start. You moved your own motion. Perfect. Councillor Dunsmore?
I'll second the motion so we can open it for discussion.
Okay, thank you. And discussion around the table on this, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, thank you, Ian, for presenting a motion. Very interesting. A couple of points I want to point out. One is that we've already dealt with this matter, and I still have not seen reason enough to reconsider the decision. This matter has already been defeated. We've already discussed it. Secondly, I do think the Integrity Commissioner is needed as an expert in codes of conduct. That input would be valuable and useful. I remain hopeful that if we choose any other expert, that it comes back to council. I think you alluded to that, Councillor McCrae, that any decision we make would come back to this council for final approval and additional discussion. But what troubles me most is I've asked this question before and never received any answer, which is what exactly is wrong with our current procedures bylaw. I've never had a clear explanation as to what exactly is outdated and what problems exactly have staff observed. We've never got clear answers to those questions. Finally, this should be done by our own staff. We have 3 clerks on staff. They ought to be able to do this. And so I'm generally not in favor, but I'm open to discussion and hearing other points of view.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it back over to Councillor Nanu in a second. I just had to correct a couple things. Council did defer this, so it diverted to February, and now it's February. The other point is that our staff already presented a code of conduct that was turned down by this council. So even though I completely agree with you, Councillor Foster, that our staff are well capable of putting together code of conduct because they've done it already, that they could do a procedures bylaw wet ready. Council didn't feel that way, so that's why we have to go down this process. Councillor Van Leeuwen?
No, I support this process. We're obviously having a difficult time getting through the conversations, and if that means we need to bring in somebody and have public engagement, and I see the 2 steps before and after the draft, so this should help us get through this if we're going to get some type of basically a document that helps us get through the process. Thanks.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with you. The motion was never actually defeated. It was deferred. So thank you, Councillor McCrae, for bringing it forward again. The one friendly amendment I would like to make, if possible, and I have to apologize because my computer, for some reason, the agenda has just gone blank on me, and so I can't read your motion completely, but there's one line item in it that says comments received to date, I believe is the way it's worded. And I'd like to expand that to say comments received to date and throughout the process, because there are going to be comments after the first public meeting and after the second public meeting. So I would like to make that friendly amendment.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a good friendly amendment. Councillor McCrae and Councillor Dunsmore, are you okay with that?
Definitely.
Okay. Councillor Kittredge.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also make a friendly amendment to the motion of Councillor McCrae. I would like the clerk to put on the screen the friendly motion to amend. And I would like the chair to acknowledge that I am making this friendly amendment and still for the rest of the council to have an opportunity to speak before I read this.
Okay. And that makes sense to me. Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor McCray for putting this forward again. It was my intent with the original motion that came from the ad hoc committee to do something like this. We got bogged down in dates and so forth, but I'm happy to have it before council. If some of the comments made and some of the bogging down of our meetings, the last couple of meetings haven't highlighted the fact that we need a tighter procedural bylaw and that we need to understand what that looks like. And we actually, it's more for the education of the public and the councillors that we need an expert to come in and do this. So I'm for this.
And Councillor McCray, anything you wanted to add?
I guess I'll just respond back to Councillor Foster's comment, was basically that both of us took a course way back at the beginning of our terms where one of the discussion topics was the procedure bylaw. There were a number of questions asked by those of us present to the instructor. And one of the things he reminded us is every council should, when they come into a new term, review the procedure bylaw to see if anything requires changes, because things change. The community changes, they have different needs. So it's important that we ensure that the procedure bylaw is current in terms of what the expectations of the community and councillors working with it. Furthermore, staff as well, in working with the procedure bylaw, may discover that there are certain parts of it that may not be working effectively or say efficiently and effectively. So it's important that we do revisit this and see if there are changes required. Councillor Van Leeuwen, thank you. I appreciate your support. Councillor McElwain, I appreciate your recommended change, and I certainly agree that I should have had that in there to begin with, so thank you. Councillor Dunsmore, thank you for your supporting this, and Councillor Kittredge, I look forward to seeing what you want to put on the screen.
Okay, at this point, everybody's had the, Councillor Foster? I was going to turn it to Councillor Kittredge, but Councillor Foster for a quick comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McCray, for your comments. So, Ian, I wondered if you could just reiterate, you spoke in your report, it's important that the public, it's important to me and it's important to the public that they have a chance to have input. So could you just sort of reiterate the various ways that the public will have a chance to have input into this? Because it is important that they have a chance and that we get this right. Would you just mind, Ian, reiterating the various ways that the public will have a chance to make written comments and have input?
So what I'm looking for is that there will be sufficient notice put out to the public, advising them that we are seeking public input. We will also advise them when we will have, well, it'll have to be a Zoom meeting, because I don't think we'll be out of COVID, that we can actually meet in person, which would have been the best. So then it will be a matter of letting people know when the first meeting will happen, giving them a little quick overview of what we'll be doing. And then at that point, it will be the subject matter expert leading the discussion, encouraging people to share their views and what they feel should be in there. And then for the subject matter expert to be able to advise them, yes, that makes sense. That's something that we will put aside to include in our procedure bylaw, or no, this is why this would not work in a procedure bylaw, because this is not what a procedure bylaw is about. I think the really important thing is educating everyone on what is supposed to be in a procedure bylaw. The other thing that we also need to look at is each procedure bylaw is unique to its particular municipality, because each municipality has different needs. So when you're looking at the number of different procedure bylaws out there, not all of them are 100% the same, because they address the specific needs of each community. So again, this third-party expert would be looking at trying to tweak out of everybody, what is it that we really feel we need for our community? Let's make sure that's in there. The other thing that they can do is also, in listening to what the public has to say and the councillors and staff, is there's some other special things that we need to consider, best practices that maybe we need to consider including as well. So that's what I'm looking at in terms of this. It's a fulsome discussion. Let's pull out what is it we need in there, and let's get it in there.
will there be a chance, Ian, for people to make written comments as well?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I'm planning to withdraw what I put in and put something else in differently. So yes, I would encourage everyone to submit what they feel they'd like to add.
Thank you, Ian, for your comments. I appreciate that.
Okay, thanks to council. We went around the room. Now we'll go back to Councillor Kittredge has indicated that he has a friendly amendment. So I think our clerks are able to put that on the screen. And I'll make a ruling whether this is a friendly amendment after we all see it. And so when it comes on the screen, Councillor Kittredge, feel free to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make this friendly amendment. And in addition to what Councillor McCray has submitted, and also the friendly amendment from Councillor McElwain, which I agree with, I would like to add at the bottom of Councillor McCray's the further, and it reads as, and further that the purpose of the new procedural bylaw is to provide open, transparent, accountable, effective and efficient procedures for the calling, the place, and the proceedings of the meetings of council and committee of the Township of Center Wellington. And further that the minimum requirements of the
friendly amendment, though.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to say that.
And further that the minimum requirements for the subject matter expert consultant shall be licensed to practice in the province of Ontario and have subject matter expertise with respect to the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, the Accountability and Transparency Act. And further that the statement of work include the requirement that the successful subject matter consultant shall engage the services of the Integrity Commissioner regarding any issue related to the code of conduct of members of council and shall abide by the advice of the Integrity Commissioner with respect thereto. And further that prior to the release of any solicitation for the procurement of the services of the subject matter expert consultant, the CAO is directed to bring to council for approval the following: the recommended method of procurement of services of the subject matter expert consultant, the project executive summary, the project terms of reference scope, including deliverables, the evaluation and award criteria, the project schedule, the required qualifications, and budgetary estimate of the total cost of the services of the subject matter expert consultants. And further that the Integrity Commissioner shall provide with the solicitation and offer the opportunity to propose to provide the services of the subject matter expert consultant. And further that council shall make the decision to award of the contract for the services of the subject matter expert consultant.
Okay, sorry for that outburst. Sorry about that, Councillor Kittredge. I didn't know I was off. That I was not muted. This is not a friendly amendment. This is an absolute amendment. Councillor McElwain, just adding a couple words here or there, that's a friendly amendment. This is not, I can't deem it that way. But we do have to deal with this motion now that it's on the table first before we go to Councillor McCray's original motion. So this is a completely separate motion that Council just heard. And it's been moved by Councillor Kittredge, and we have to get a seconder in order to discuss this first. And then if this passes or fails, it depends whether we go back to Councillor McCrae's motion. And again, I apologize for my outburst there. Seconder for this motion? Councillor Foster, seconded. Any discussion on this motion from anybody other than the mover and seconder? Councillor McCrae?
No, thank you, Mayor Linton, through you. I have concerns with this friendly amendment. I mean, first of all, I think that the integrity commissioner is not required, as I stated in my presentation of the other motion. Secondly, you're calling in other acts, which frankly, I think that needs to be left to the third-party expert who will decide what acts are supposed to be in a procedural bylaw. You're already assuming things need to be in the procedural bylaw, and you're not an expert on that. So let's just park that and let the third-party expert decide what other acts may be included or referenced in the procedural bylaw. In terms of needing to have someone who is a legal expert and actually has a legal degree, no. There are people out there who have the necessary qualifications, including our clerk, our CAO, so they have all the necessary qualifications and understanding of the legislative requirements. And in fact, that is not one of the main things that we're looking for in a procedural bylaw. We're looking for the additional best practices and local community needs. That's what's important. And that's where a third-party expert has more flexibility. In terms of going through having all these other things about recommend method of procurement and that already happens behind the scenes. Staff have their process. Don't need to have that in the notion of motion. And then in terms of the council will make the decision, yes, that's already mentioned in what I was proposing. So, you know, if you want, you could attach to my motion what I just read out to everybody as a guiding document to attach to the notion of motion. But yours, I find it's, no, it's taking it down a different path.
So just to be clear for council, this is it's not a friendly amendment right now. We're dealing only with Councillor Kittredge's motion. My ruling was it isn't a friendly amendment because there's too much change in it. So just to be clear, this is a completely separate motion right now. Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, Councillor Kittredge's motion brings in lawyers who are going to bill us at ridiculous rates. It brings in other acts. And to me, the procedural bylaws to govern how we operate in a meeting and how we follow through every meeting. So to bring in other acts does not clarify this. And I think we'll find if we get a subject matter expert on this, they will tell us that. So this has overcomplicated it by a long shot, and I can't in any way, shape, or form support it.
Any other comments? Council? Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Thanks through you, Mayor. I am kind of curious if this is another motion, are we dealing with a different motion while we already have one motion on the floor, which essentially I think kind of goes against our existing procedural bylaw, does it not?
No, sorry, that's what I had to check with our clerk when I had my outburst there. And again, I apologize for that. When you have a brand new amendment, you have to deal with the amended motion as long as you get a seconder before you deal with the initial motion that's on the table. So we have to cover this off and then go back to Councillor McCrae's original motion.
Okay, because the reason I asked that is we got to learn to even use our procedural bylaws instead of just writing one and then not even using it. So I think that, yeah, it'll take a bit of training even for us to ensure that we use the procedures that we have implemented in the past. And I guess I look at it and go, this is for us in order to how we conduct ourselves and how we work through things. Get that subject matter and expert, and let's get some advice.
Yeah, very good comment, Councillor Van Leeuwen, and it gets to the essence of what a procedures bylaw actually is, and we could use it with a number of points of order and points of privilege and motions in the middle of motions and all that kind of stuff that we've been trying to do over Zoom. I'm telling you from somebody that's chairing the meeting, this is not easy to do. So a well-written procedures something that we really could use right now. I'll provide an opportunity for Councillor Kittredge to respond to what he's heard from other councillors. Councillor Kittredge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't get to speak first on my motions and then answer the questions. Like, it seems odd that I wasn't able to actually first explain why I'm making the amendment on the motion.
Well, go ahead now.
I don't agree with Councillor McCrae's motion. I'm not opposing him at all. I'm trying to make it clearer and better. Councillor McKay's motion, though, suffers, as his long explanation shows, that it's not in the motion itself. And so I have tried to like add that so that it's much clearer. As Councillor McElwain tried to do. The problem I have is that if it's not clear, the whole process and everything, then it will, we've suffered defeats and, you know, changes of plans throughout this whole process of the draft procedural bylaw. And council has been reactive to everything that comes up. And the clerk has had to make amendments and rewrite on the fly. And as a result, we have suffered from lack of clarity. And that's why the November 30th was defeated. So I am only trying to add that clarity. I'm not opposed to anything Councillor McCrae says. We all get to work. We all have agreed that we want the procedural bylaw to be right. The mayor has expressed that. He wanted that. Councillor McCrae has accepted, and that's why he put forward this motion. And so I think that's, I think Councillor Dunsmore, when he suggested that we have the consultant, was also an attempt to get it right. And many citizens that comprise 75% wanted that the process and the submissions are clear, inclusive, not rushed, and they also wanted to get it right. Councillor McElwain suggesting the ad hoc committee is to get it right. And I have worked very, very hard to try it with public engagement and also writing my submission for the draft procedure to get it right. And that's all this is about, getting it right. I believe that the provisions for, for the terms of reference, the cost to council are important for this consultant. I've gotten feedback from the public that they want to know what that cost and everything will be for this. So that is included in this process. I have inquired with the Integrity Commissioner about the procedural bylaw and have involved consideration about the code of conduct. He specifically says it is the conflict of interest sections, section 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5, that are the ones that will require him to help with any subject matter and that they're aligned. And this is not a trivial thing. This is a very important thing. And I think it is very valuable legal advice, and we should, and those provisions have been made in my amendment. I think that they're they're helpful, and I think that council should accept that this consultant go through the process of how we decide who that person is and that we approve it. I think that's very important because councillors, staff, taxpayers, concerned citizens, they would like us to have a unified going forward for this decision. And I believe that being clear and having the consultant be able to bring that forward to show us the whole process and the terms and how he's going to justify his decisions is important for us to understand. And we should decide that. And basically, I think that I have addressed some of the concerns that Councillor McCray has had. It's very important that we do get it right. And I think that my amendment is about that. And I would like to have this council consider that.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, we've got two motions. I'd like to, get on to Councillor McCray's. I want to call the question on this so we can vote on this and then vote on Councillor McCray's.
Okay, call the question. All in favor of Councillor Kittredge?
Point of order, Mayor.
What's your point of order, Councillor Foster?
I haven't had a chance. You haven't called me and given me a chance to speak on Councillor Kittredge's motion. I haven't had a chance to speak.
Yeah, we're going to have a vote. Councillor Dunsmore called the question, and that's the way the procedure is.
You can't call the question without giving everyone a free chance to speak.
Yeah, we vote on Neil's request to call the question. On Neil's request to call the question, can I have a vote for Neil's request to call the question? All those in favor? And that is carried. Call the question. All those in favor of Councillor Kittredge's motion? Opposed? And that's defeated. So we go on to Councillor McCray's initial motion. That was moved by Councillor McCray and seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any last comments on that? Councillor Foster, one last comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Herein lies our problem. We routinely don't use good procedure in our discussion. I want to underline Councillor Kittredge's excellent point that any subject matter expert, needs to be a lawyer. They need to be a member of the Ontario Bar. We're not adding in acts of legislation. What we're asking for, the reason I think it's important is that the expert have expertise in municipal law, in parliamentary law. They need expertise in the Ontario Municipal Act and the codes of conduct and the Conflict of Interest Act. Those things are basic and essential. I'm not saying we need to add all these things into the procedures bylaw. I'm saying we need someone that is a lawyer who understands these things. And that's what I would have liked to have said to Councillor Kittredge's motion. He's quite correct. It needs to be a lawyer. He's also quite correct that the Integrity Commissioner needs to be consulted on any procedures bylaw because they are the expert on the Code of Conduct and on the Conflict of Interest Act. And those matters, any procedures bylaw we table have to be in concert with or otherwise allied to those two acts. And that's why we need the Integrity Commissioner to be consulted on any procedures bylaw. Nevertheless, again, I'm supportive of most everything that you've put forth, except for those two points. We need some clarity on who the expert is going to be, and this is why I've just spoken about who I believe it should be, a lawyer who's able to consult with the Integrity Commissioner as required on those items only. No one's suggesting we load up our procedures bylaw with irrelevant acts, but it has to speak to them and be it can't contradict other acts, and that's why we got to have a lawyer.
Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, I think that we do have that professionalism on staff. We have the clerks, the CEO, and who also have brought forward things at the very beginning of this. So we have the professionalism on board we also have this extra process that we're doing. That being said, I have to commend Councillor Kittrus because he did do a lot of work and digging in, and I can appreciate that he does want this procedure to be as good as possible. So I think that we're all working for the right direction. I just don't want to see that we get hung up and don't go anywhere. So I would like to ensure we pass something so that we can get it moving and get a procedural bylaw figured out. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to call it a question. We have Councillor McCray moved it and Councillor Dugmore seconded. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thanks very much, Council. We have our marching orders on this, and just a reminder that Council did put this in our strategic plan, and that was unanimously supported by Council, and that's why we're moving ahead with it. So I have a confirmatory bylaw, that the bylaw 2021-19-09 to confirm the proceedings of Council at its meeting held February 22nd. 2021 be introduced the first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Mover for that, please. Councillor Dugmore, second by Councillor Kittrus. All in favor? And that's carried. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Kittrus, second by Councillor Dugmore. All in favor? And we're adjourned. Have a good rest of the evening. Hopefully our next council meeting can be a little easier. Bye.